Chapter 491. The Gao Family of Generals. It was a title from a long time ago. What was the Gao family's ancestral teachings? Again. Gao Zhiyun used all his strength to get up from the bed and slowly walked out of the door. He walked west. There was a newly erected ancestral teachings tablet. Before he got close, he heard complaints. "Why are you kneeling here? What's the use? You've been looking at these words all day. No matter how great your ancestors are, they can't jump out from this tablet, right? What's the point of these ceremonies? Besides, our ancestors fought bloody battles to conquer the world. As the descendants, shouldn't we enjoy the glory of our ancestors? We can't let our ancestors' blood be shed for nothing." "That's right. If we don't enjoy it, who will? Are we going to let those whose ancestors have never been on the battlefield enjoy it?" "That's right, that's right. The ancestors planted the tree so that the descendants can enjoy the shade." What a wise saying. I really don't want to kneel. What era is this? What ancestral teachings, really? You have to kneel even if you don't want to. That person emphasized it again and again. It's all because our ancestors haven't woken up yet. It's her turn to use a chicken feather as a token of authority. Gao Zhiyun's face was as calm as water as he walked in. When the descendants of the Gao family saw Gao Zhiyun, they all knelt with their backs straight. No one said a word. The entire place was silent. No one dared to say anything else. Gao Zhiyun walked to the tablet and slowly knelt down. He looked up and stared at the words on the tablet. He sighed softly and read aloud, "Blood irrigates the sun and moon bridge for the sake of Yanwu. Death on the battlefield should be with a smile. Death on the battlefield should be with a man's blade. Descendants of the future must remember that killing witch bandits is a hero. Their lives are for the country and the people. Only then can they be worthy of the surname Gao. From today onwards, no matter who it is, anyone who doesn't remember the ancestral teachings of the Gao family will be expelled from the family. From today onwards, all adult males of the Gao family will begin to cultivate the art of killing. When the hidden dragon goes to the front lines for training, they will go together and enlist in the army. Those who don't contribute will never return home." Vice Principal Gao completely ignored the confused gazes of the descendants. He knelt for a full hour before he stood up and bowed deeply. "My surname is Gao. I am a descendant of the Gao family of generals." 2 days later, late at night. Vice Principal Gao quietly walked into Yi Changqing's house alone. No one else knew what the two of them were talking about. However, there was a secret operation in Shangjing that eliminated a stronghold. It was said to be the lair of a famous Qi gazer in the Yanwu Empire. After that, there was a series of actions, but I won't go into detail about them. For an entire week, Zhou Xiaoduo went to school during the day and entered the gravity room without asking for permission. He only came out after school in the afternoon. Hidden Dragon High School's 100 times gravity room was not only much more effective than the 50 times gravity room in Phoenix City's second high school, it was also much sturdier. In the beginning, Zhou Xiaoduo could barely move his feet when he entered with 3,000 kilograms of weight. If he had not been promoted to the embryonic breathing realm, the gravity alone would have been enough to crush Zhou Xiaoduo. With no other choice, Zhou Xiaoduo changed to wearing 500 kilograms of weight and entering the 100 times gravity room. Only then could he barely cultivate. Even in the Hidden Dragon High School, which was known as a gathering of geniuses, there were not many people who cultivated in the 100 times gravity room. Most of them cultivated in the 10 times, 20 times, and 50 times gravity rooms with weights. As a result, there weren't many of the 50 rooms that were 100 times the gravity were fully occupied. As for the 5,500 times gravity rooms, there were even fewer people who cultivated there. There were only 10 1,000 times gravity rooms, which were one level higher. Ever since the school bought them, no student had ever entered them. Almost all of them were brand new. Currently, in the entire Astral Souls, the gravitational room with the highest multiplier was the 1,000 times gravity room. Every day, Duo would cultivate until he was completely exhausted. He would only come out when his whole body was like noodles. Firstly, Duo's original intention to become stronger was still the same. Secondly, it was because his credits were spent like water. The 100 times gravity room cost 50 credits for an hour. This price was like robbery. Duo spent at least 10 hours a day in the room. That was 500 credits a day. In just a week, he had used up 3,500 credits. This situation made Duo's heart ache. I only have so many credits, and I've used up 3,500 credits in a week. Now, I have less than 20,000 credits left. How miserable. I'm so poor. I can't live anymore. The 20,000 credits he had obtained during his first training was definitely not enough. He had to think of a way to earn more credits. There were many times when Duo had planned to look for Wen Xingtian, Teacher Wen, and Yi Changqing to give a lecture. Why? Why did I get so many praise, but I can only stand side by side with Li Chenglong, Meng Zhangjun, and only get 20,000 credits? What can I do with that? With the amount of praise I got, I can't even get 200,000 or 300,000 credits. This is obviously a shady deal, a huge shady deal. Especially Yi Changqing, that old man. I gave him so many black stones, and this is how he repaid me. But he didn't dare to go even after he had gathered his courage several times. The reason was simple. The praise he turned in were all defective. If the school wanted to investigate, they could say that none of his praise were qualified, and all of them were invalid. What could he do? Now that what was done could not be undone, he could only swallow his pride. Besides, Duo understood that the school was worried that he had too many credits, and only cared about cultivating instead of going out to fight. Cultivating and going out to fight were two different paths of martial arts. Neither could be omitted. The richer the combat experience, the stronger the combat power. It was the same for cultivation. But a person who cultivated his whole life to become an expert was far inferior to an expert who polished himself on the battlefield. The gap was so big that it couldn't be measured. This week, Xiaolong came again and again after Duo fell asleep, but Duo didn't pay any attention to him. Duo could tell that this guy was pretending to be young. He was an old scoundrel in his bones. He actually wanted to gain something without risking anything. How could the greedy Duo tolerate this? Every time he came, he would chase him away immediately. When he had nothing to do, he would play with his providence points. He would put 7 or 8 drops in his hand and turn them in his palm in front of Xiaolong. When Xiaolong was drooling, he would keep it and chase him away. You want it? No way. Wait until I'm in a better mood. Xiaolong was crying and wiping his tears. He was so pitiful that he wanted to die. But Duo wouldn't budge. Don't come if you dare. But how could Xiaolong not come? The dragon vein in Fenghai City was really empty. If it wanted to grow, it had to rely on Duo's providence points. But the owner of the providence points was such a guy. What could he do? Xiaolong was so depressed that he was about to go crazy. Of course, Duo kept Xiaolong hanging because he didn't have a lot of providence points on hand. When he set foot on the thorny road before, except for the ones used to help with his cultivation and pain control, even if he added the 4 points he just earned from Vice Principal Gao's house, he only had a total of 24 points. Not to mention that Xiaolong couldn't give him any benefits now, even if he could, Shuo Duo would definitely not trade. With such a small stock, Shuo Duo felt a great sense of crisis. He needed to have some income. But now, he couldn't find time to do other things. He was too busy every day. After cultivating in the 100-fold gravity room for an entire day, his progress was far less than before. The weight he carried had only increased from 250 kilograms to 1,000 kilograms. This kind of progress made Shuo Duo feel that it was too slow. He was unprecedentedly dissatisfied. In addition, they had to collect star-sold jade powder every day. In the past week, they had already collected 100 carts of it. That boss son was still very efficient in doing things. He managed to convince more than 10 other shops that collected waste. The amount of Astral Souls jade powder that others had was naturally not as much as the Hidden Dragon High Martial School. But the amount of powder collected every day was also not little. There were at least 10 carts. Those shops transferred the Astral Souls jade powder to Boss Sunday. They didn't have to go out of the city. Not only did they save a lot of costs, but they could also get a profit of 10 star yuan per cart. It was like money falling from the sky. Naturally, it was amazing. However, Shuo Duo also had a request. Once the Astral Souls jade powder was mixed with other things, they couldn't be collected. Only pure Astral Souls jade powder was worth collecting. But for these shops, this was not a problem at all. They just had to pay attention when collecting and ensure the original taste. In this week, in the space of Shuo's Annihilation Tower, a boundary a little further away had been laid out layer after layer. Although there weren't many changes for the time being, all the Astral Souls jade powder that was sent in were all absorbed by the Annihilation Tower within an hour after being spread out. It was just that no one knew where it was absorbed to. The most direct change in the Annihilation Tower, or rather, the only change, was that more and more places had the same green spots that appeared before. They were ordinary grass that had just sprouted and were slightly green. Soon after, they withered and died. They couldn't survive for long. But Shuo Duo didn't care about this. Anyway, there were plenty of these things every day. He just collected little by little. After a long time, there would be profits. Fang Yinhua called a few times during this period, but it wasn't anything important. He just wanted to report that there were fresh star beasts in the farmstead outside. Shuo Duo also took some time out one night to use the vitality of the star beasts in the farmstead outside the city to charge the dragon blood flying dagger. Now, the dragon blood flying dagger was in a bright red state. It was very pleasing. Hidden Dragon High School was very peaceful. Nothing happened at all. After Vice Principal Gao woke up, he didn't come to work. He stayed at home to recuperate. If there was a change, it was the price of the high-grade Astral Souls jade powder had increased. Chapter 492. Originally, 10 credits could be exchanged for 1 piece. But now, it was 100 credits for 1 piece. After asking for the reason, it turned out that the price of high-grade jade of Astral Souls in the entire Fenghai city had increased. Supply exceeding demand, the price increase was the law of the market. This was not surprising. What was really surprising was that there was basically no high-grade jade of Astral Souls in the market anymore. Well, although it was not completely gone, compared to before, it was much, much less. And the main culprit that caused this result was a certain someone who was still unaware, Shuo Duo. First, he used Fang Yinhua to collect high-grade jade of Astral Souls, which had already caused a certain impact on the market. Then, during the students' experiential learning, he sold the lightning white tiger and a large number of Astral Souls. It could be said that he had obtained all the high-grade jade of Astral Souls in the market. One must know that for these martial arts families, the jade of astral souls that they paid for would definitely not be from their own storage. They would all be purchased from the market. This also led to a shortage of high-grade jade of astral souls in the market. As long as there was a little bit of it, it would be swept clean. It could be seen that Masters' was casual actions had actually caused inflation. In an extremely secretive place in Fenghai City, 3 or 4 people were secretly negotiating. Have you investigated clearly? Is this kid really so difficult to deal with? One of them asked. It's not that he's difficult to deal with. It's just that he doesn't go out at all. What can we do? This is really troublesome. During this period of time, he's been doing 2 things, either he goes to school or he goes back to the villa. Or he goes to see Headmaster Sher's wife. Oh right, I don't know if that kid has been quiet for too long. A few days ago, he went out of the city and then returned to his original path. It's really without any warning. We were completely caught off guard and had no time to react. Depressing. Doesn't he know how to come out and play? Is he just cultivating, eating, and cultivating? Someone frowned. How can there be such a fucking youngster? We can't touch the villa. We don't dare to touch it. Since Yi Chongqing arranged for him to stay there, he must have the intention of protecting him. With Yi Chongqing there, attacking the villa is no different from walking right into a trap and seeking death. We can't go to Principal Sher's house either. With that old lady there, we won't be any better than Yi Chongqing. That's right. But in Hidden Dragon, it's even more impossible. Right now, the only time I can make a move is when I'm on the road. However, it's still difficult on the road to and from school. The distance is too close. There's only a wall separating him from the Hidden Dragon High Martial School. On the way to Principal Sher's house. I can give it a try. But as long as I let out a long whistle, the old lady will be there in 2 or 3 seconds at most. Although this amount of time is enough for us to kill that brat, the person who did it is destined not to return. Is it worth it to go to such extremes? Who would be willing to do it? After discussing for a long time, the 4 of them realized that they had no idea where to start. Realizing this, the 4 of them pointed at the sky and cursed wildly. Didn't they hear that this Sua Xiao duo was very good at causing trouble? Why don't you come out and cause some trouble? Why are you so obedient every day? How can we ambush you? You're simply a bastard. You don't live up to your name. The freshman arena is in a few days. Should we? What's the use of that? The freshman arena. This brat entered the school as the champion of the freshmen. Now that his cultivation has increased greatly, who can kill him? Besides, there aren't any chess pieces that are that strong among the students. Should we wait for the next trial? No. After the incident with Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing, if we want to make a move during the trial, we'll only be walking into a trap. That damn Dao League, why did they do this? This is so fucking depressing. Everyone in the Heavenly Dao Union is dead. Who knows what they were thinking back then? Mo Wuji sighed. Let's take it slow and wait for an opportunity. A person who seemed to be the leader sighed. This is the current situation. It's so fucking depressing. When they first received this mission, everyone thought it was very simple. Sua Xiao Duo used his fortune-telling ability to solve 2 major problems in the Hidden Dragon High School and Martial Arts Tournament. Although only the latter one was on their side. However, the higher-ups felt that with such a person in the Hidden Dragon High School, as long as they wanted to take action in the future, they might be obstructed and interfered with. Therefore, killing Sua Xiao Duo became the top priority. A few of them had seen the target of this mission. He was just a small character at the peak of the innate stage. They didn't take it to heart and accepted it excitedly. However, when they arrived at Fenghai City, they realized that this small character was not simple. They couldn't make a move on him at all. Again and again, they came up with a countermeasure. Time and time again, they defended themselves strictly and closely monitored Xiaoduo's movements. However, the conclusion they came up with was that most of the time, they would not be able to make a move. Even when there was an opening to make a move, it would attract the most extreme counterattack. Whoever made a move would die. Moreover, there was the premise that they might not be able to kill Xiaoduo. This was because, according to the information, the pinnacle of the innate realm had already broken through to the embryonic breathing realm. Even though the strength of the embryonic breathing realm was still nothing in these people's eyes, when it came to instant killing, succeeding in one strike, and escaping 1,000 miles away, these people knew that they might not be able to do it. The few people who came to this conclusion felt even more depressed than a dog. Now, it was them who were trapped in Fenghai City and couldn't get out. They were really at a loss. Previously, we killed the 3 dandy sons of the Gao clan. Why didn't the Gao clan do anything? Such a big clan, why didn't they take revenge? This doesn't seem like Gao Xian's character. It's good to create some chaos. It's probably because Gao Xian hasn't recovered from his injuries. He hasn't come to work yet. That means he hasn't recovered yet. The higher-ups told us to keep an eye on Gao Xian. This time, we made use of him. I'm afraid it will be difficult for our relationship to be the same as before. Tisk, who was the one who pretended to be Xiang Quangren to kill Gao Xian? Why? Didn't he kill this old man directly? If he didn't leave a tail, would we be in so much trouble today? Do you think he didn't want to kill him? Gao Xian is quite a capable person. He managed to avoid being hit at the critical moment. He's really lucky that he didn't die. The most important thing is that the guy surnamed Wu went there too early. Otherwise, Gao Xian would have been dead by now if he had even a second to spare. You can't do anything right, but you're good at spoiling things. Tisk, watch your words. His realm is much higher than ours. Let's continue to play the game. If it really doesn't work, we can only try it when Xiaoduo is on his way to old Mistress Shi's place, or when he's on his way home. If there's really no other way, we can only take the risk. Xiaoduo could clearly feel that his cultivation progress had slowed down. It was unprecedentedly slow. Previously, when he was in the Martial Master and Xiantian realm, he could fill his Dantian with spiritual energy in a few days. But now, even if he had countless high-grade jade of astral souls to help him cultivate, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth outside could be obtained as he wished, and the dragon blood flying dagger in his hand was constantly charging. But his Dantian was still empty. It didn't feel as full as it used to be. He could clearly feel a huge amount of spiritual energy flowing into his meridians like a tide. But the spiritual energy that surged into his Dantian was first absorbed by the golden pearl. Then, it spun at a high speed. After one round, it turned into a faint cloud and stayed in his Dantian. But the huge amount of spiritual energy that could fill his Dantian had turned into a wisp of cloud at this moment. The difference was not just huge, it was like heaven and earth. Even if the power had increased and there was a breakthrough in quality, what kind of temper did Xiaoduo have? If it wasn't filled, it meant that it wasn't safe. It was best to be in the state of being on the verge of a breakthrough at any time. Only then would he be more at ease. It was best to prepare and compress for a breakthrough every day. Although it was painful and bitter, the sense of satisfaction and security was real. He started to cultivate even more recklessly, draining the pond to catch the fish. It was an extremely extravagant way to cultivate. He used the high-grade jade of astral souls as a mattress. He laid on it layer by layer. Below his head and stomach were high-grade jade of astral souls. In his right hand, he held a few pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls. The only thing that wasn't holding a high-grade jade of astral souls was the dragon blood flying dagger in his left hand. In just a week, 500 pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls had turned into nothing. Well, it couldn't be said that they had all turned into nothing. After all, there was still some powder of the jade of astral souls left. However, now that the star-souled jade was in Swishaoduo's hands, it would only take less than a minute for it to be sucked into a pile of powder. It was that powerful. No wonder Teacher Wen doesn't use the jade of astral souls to cultivate anymore. So this is the truth. Swishaoduo muttered to himself. She probably couldn't withstand such consumption, right? Not only Wen Xingtian's level, but even Qin Fangyang, Mu Yanyan, Sister Lan, and the rest rarely used the jade of astral souls to cultivate. Well, that's not right. Swishaoduo suddenly remembered something. When he was at home, Swishaonian was at the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing realm. When she absorbed the medium-grade jade of astral souls, she didn't seem to be as fast as he was now, right? Although he had forgotten how long it had been, it definitely wasn't as fast as him. It was far from it. So what was going on? Swishaoduo was a little confused. Could it be that he was now stronger than Nian Nian Cat? Could it be counted like that? It couldn't be. Right? He was a little confused. Nian Nian Cat was blowing dust all over the sky. That it couldn't be him, right? That night, Swishaoduo entered the space of the empty extermination pagoda again. He scattered the 7 carriages of jade of astral souls powder that he had collected today as usual. Then, he randomly chose a place to start practicing his hammer and hidden weapon. After working tirelessly for more than 3 hours, he finally exhausted himself to the point of exhaustion. He lay down on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. During this period of time, he had left Xiao Long hanging for 8 to 9 days. It should be about time, right? It was time to talk to this guy. Maybe this guy really had a clue about the top-grade jade of astral souls. Swishaoduo fell asleep and soon entered the dreamland. It was still Xiao Long. He blinked his eyes cutely and appeared with a fawning face. Good friend, you are here. Looking for monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscription votes. Chapter 493. Swishaoduo frowned and looked unhappy. How can you enter my dreams so easily every time? Because we're friends. This means that we're fated to be together. Xiao Long circled Swishaoduo happily. Good guy, do you still have those drops? Swishaoduo casually grabbed a dozen drops and turned them around in his palm. You mean this? Xiao Long's eyes immediately widened and he muttered subconsciously, good guy, give it to me, I want it. His saliva immediately formed a long arc. Swishaoduo had already collected all the providence points with a flip of his hand. Friend. Xiao Long couldn't take it anymore. His eyes were glowing green as he looked at Swishaoduo. He couldn't wait to pounce on him and snatch them away. Did you find the few plants I asked you to look at a few days ago? In order to gain some glory from Xiao Long, Swishaoduo went to the school history library a few days ago and searched for a comprehensive collection of heaven and earth treasures. Then, he asked Li Chenglong to steal a copy and put it next to his head. In his dreams, he let Xiao Long see the top 10 heaven and earth treasures, spirit herbs, and spirit herbs. Any one of these was a super treasure that ordinary martial artists would rarely see in their lifetime. Xiao Long's eyes flickered and his tail swayed involuntarily as if he regretted it. I've been lazy these few days and didn't look for them. I've been thinking about the providence points here and really don't have the mood to look for other things. Swishaoduo sighed dejectedly. He knew it was hopeless when he saw this guy's expression. For a moment, the two stingy guys stared at each other, speechless for a long time. The current situation was, if Xiaolong was willing, he would be able to find good things for Swishaoduo. He would be able to find ore veins and elixirs. These were all good things that money couldn't get. If Sui Xiao Duo was willing, he could also give Xiao Long a drop of providence to give him some benefits. But the problem now was that these two misers didn't want to lose out. They both had their own defenses. What if I give it to you first, but you don't give it to me? Then wouldn't I have suffered a great loss? In particular, Sui Xiao Duo still had concerns. He couldn't get out now, and he didn't dare to go outside at all. There are probably people out there waiting to kill me. And I don't want anyone else to know about this kind of hidden treasure. I just want to keep it all to myself. Ahem. This made the difficulty of the mission much higher. Now, even if Xiao Long was willing to concede and was willing to offer the treasure, Sui Xiao Duo might not be able to get it. In other words, Sui Xiao Duo's sense of urgency was no longer as strong as before. Especially about the astral soul's jade mine. Sui Xiao Duo didn't doubt Xiao Long's words. That guy said that he was sleeping inside, and he made it sound so real. Sui Xiao Duo would rather it be true about this. After all, only he had providence points, and no one else had them. So, Sui Xiao Duo wasn't in a hurry at all now. I still have a lot of the top-grade astral soul's jade mine. Old man Yi can still hold on for 3 to 5 years. He won't die no matter what. Even if I dig it out now, I'll just put it in the space ring and idle it. Why should I be in a hurry? Sui Xiao Duo wasn't in a hurry, but Xiao Long was still very anxious. Tell me, what will it take for you to be willing to give it to me? Xiao Long was very depressed and finally began to give in. I've already helped you transform this tower. This is a practical action. You can choose not to thank me, but you can't not appreciate it. Why should I appreciate it? Did I let you transform it? Your actions have destroyed the tranquility of my pagoda. I haven't settled the score with you yet. If we really want to talk about it, you should compensate me. Destroyed the peace. I'll compensate you. Xiao Long's eyes widened. He even suspected that he had heard wrongly. There was actually such a shameless person in this world. Yes, but I'm a generous person. I won't be calculative. Anyway, you've already transformed it. Even if I blame you, it's useless. With your stinginess, will you compensate me? Sui Xiao Duo said magnanimously. Xiao Long blinked. You can be even more shameless. Once I get all of your deity, I'll empty your tower and return you to your original state. I'll let you completely return to peace. Sui Xiao Duo rolled his eyes. Little guy, do you think I don't know what you're thinking just because you're a dragon? You're still too inexperienced to play mind games with me. Let's talk about the conditions. Xiao Long was listless. I'll take a step back first. Otherwise, I'm afraid this human won't play with me anymore. People these days are really difficult to deal with. They're not generous at all. Conditions. How about this? As long as you find one of the top 10 herbs, I'll give you a drop of it. Of course, it'll only count when I get my hands on it. I'll give you a drop for every type of spirit medicine I get. Fair and reasonable. Fair and square, right? Sui Xiao Duo's eyes flashed with a cunning light. No. Absolutely not. Xiao Long shook his head and rejected without hesitation. I'm at a huge disadvantage. The herbs you've given me are all of the best quality. Such good stuff may not be seen even once in 10,000 years. You're actually talking about species with me. If I find hundreds of them at once, you'll only give me a drop. How can there be such logic in this world? Ah. Sui Xiao Duo was dumbfounded. He muttered in his heart, this guy isn't stupid. We can't talk about one type. Xiao Long directly demanded an exorbitant price. 1 herb, 10 drops. Bullshit. Do you think my luck points are cabbages? So Xiao Duo directly started to mumble, I'm dreaming, I'm dreaming, I'm dreaming. Wait. Xiao Long's voice became sharp. We can still negotiate. But it was too late. Once again, he was kicked out of the dream by his good friend. Xiao Long was extremely depressed. If I had known earlier that this guy is a miser like me, and like me, he won't act unless there's an incentive, I wouldn't have asked for so much. Looks like I have to lower the price. It seems like this good friend of mine doesn't have a lot of those beeps. However, the ones he took out and played with today were already quite a lot. Xiao Long flipped through the collection of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that he had copied with his own method. Looking at the first 10 types, he sighed. This time, he really studied it seriously. After studying for a long time, he hurried out. I have to go and look for it. Otherwise, it'll be hard to negotiate. Xiao Long disappeared in a flash. Obviously, he really put it into action and went to look for good things. So Xiao Duo woke up from the dream and walked out of the Tower of Annihilation slowly. Little thing, you want to fight with me? Humph. So Xiao Duo shook his head. Don't you know who Master Zhui is? I'm just collecting money for fun. From the time Xiao Long came to find him until now, the man and the dragon had already fought more than 10 times. Xiao Long was stingy at the beginning, but now he started to take the initiative to look for the elixirs. He retreated step by step, and he was about to be defeated like a collapsing mountain. However, Xiao Duo felt that it was not enough. He still needed to suppress it. Otherwise, this stingy little devil would definitely play tricks again. Because if it were him, he would definitely play tricks. So Xiao Duo put himself in Xiao Long's shoes and felt that this Xiao Long was as despicable and shameless as himself. How could he be at ease? At least for now, he was still far from being at ease. During this period of time, whenever Xiao Duo had free time, he would do his best to collect records related to the dragon vein, including some unofficial historical materials. He even let Swollen Black search Yinwu's National Library. However, the theory of the dragon vein was always limited to the terrain. No one had ever said that the dragon vein could actually condense into a dragon, even if it was a dragon with form but no substance. There were no legends related to it, let alone any records. It was just a kind of terrain that condensed a kind of super strong luck, and it was called the dragon vein. Actually, it was more appropriate to call it the vein of luck. This was the accepted explanation of the dragon vein. However, what was up with this Xiao Long? Not only did it condense into a form, but it could also speak. It was extremely intelligent, knew how to be petty, and liked to take advantage of others. This was already beyond everyone's understanding. It had probably never appeared since ancient times. However, it kept coming to his dreams to harass him every day. He didn't know whether it was fate, opportunity, or misfortune. Xiao Duo sighed. He was too handsome, and even a dragon came to harass him. Sigh, it was really troublesome. It was Monday of a new week again. There was a commotion in the Hidden Dragon High School again. An unusual aura surged endlessly. Someone saw that Vice Principal Gao had come to work. Xiang Quangren and Wen Xingtian were all on guard, as if they were facing a great enemy. The one surnamed Gao had returned with serious injuries. He was definitely going to do something. As usual, Vice Principal Gao attended the meeting on Monday. However, Vice Principal Gao completely ignored the hostility of Xiang Quangren, Wen Xingtian, and the others. Instead, he made a request. In December, the students of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grades of the Hidden Dragon High School will go to the Sun-Moon Pass battlefield training once a year. I hope that the descendants of the Gao family can accompany them. I've already asked someone to inform the front line. Once they arrive, they will immediately be integrated into the army and be disbanded for training. From then on, they will be considered as part of the army. However, they didn't join the army through the formal procedures, so the army won't send anyone to pick them up. They need to go there themselves. Therefore, I want to borrow the team of the Hidden Dragon High School to go together. Vice Principal Gao's words directly stunned everyone. Xiang Quangren and Wen Xingtian were even more confused. After being seriously injured, their brains were damaged. Were they sending their descendants to the front line to die? Don't you have any idea of the quality of the Gao family's people? If one went, one would die. If two went, two would die. Even if the whole family went, they would all die. Okay. To everyone's surprise, Yi Chongqing agreed without the slightest hesitation or surprise. In December, the Hidden Dragon High School will go to war. The students will train for 2 months. The descendants of the Gao family can accompany them. Thank you, Principal. Vice Principal Gao slowly sat down. Vice Principal Wu frowned and said in a low voice, "Old Gao, what are you doing?" Vice Principal Gao said indifferently, "There are too many people in the family. We can't afford to raise them. We'll send them to the battlefield and let them earn their own food. They're all adults. Don't tell me that they'll blindly rely on us old people." Chapter 494. Vice Principal Wu frowned and said, "But a place like Sun Moon Pass is too dangerous. Old Gao, why do you let your descendants do this? They can't make a living doing something." Vice Principal Gao let out a sigh of relief and said, "My Gao clan is also a family of generals. If our descendants don't go to the battlefield, wouldn't it be a waste of the name of a family of generals?" Family of generals. Ha ha ha. Xiang Quangren laughed loudly. In the past 100 years, has your Gao clan ever produced a general? How dare you say that your clan is a family of generals? You have no sense of shame. Vice Principal Wu slammed the table. Old Xiang. What do you mean by that? Vice Principal Wei said indifferently, Xiang Quangren, are you trying to stir up trouble again? Vice Principal Gao stood up and stared straight at Xiang Quangren. He said indifferently, Old Xiang, we've always disliked each other. Today is no exception. Today, I'll make a bet with you. This time, 300 of my Gao clan's descendants will follow the students to the Sun Moon Pass. The bet is that these people will either die within 3 years or someone will become a general. Since you hate my Gao clans so much, I wonder if you dare to make the bet. Do you dare to accept this bet? Vice Principal Gao's tone was indifferent, but his eyes were bloodshot. For a moment, Xiang Quangren, who had always been a hero, was intimidated by his aura. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. Are you going to let me off so easily? What do you want to bet? Let's bet that we'll have all the best seats in the 3 continents. Xiang Quangren's pupils suddenly shrank. He slammed the table and said, I'll bet. At this moment, more than 80% of the people present felt that they were like 2 monks scratching their heads in confusion. Could it be that they were dreaming? Otherwise, how could they have heard about such an explosive bet? The bet was already explosive enough, but the bet after that was even more shocking. All the best seats in the 3 continents. This table was the best table in the entire world. It was extremely rare to see one. It was said that no one would be able to eat it even once in 10 years. In fact, it was more than a rare occurrence. The last time this table appeared was more than 50 years ago. The so-called 3 continents best feast was a gathering of the best delicacies from the Umno Alliance, the Astral Souls, and the Tao League. The ingredients used were at least Cloud Transformation Realm Astral Beast meat. 9 precious astral beasts from each continent were used as the main ingredients, and half a kilogram of each astral beast's essence was used. There were 9 types of top-notch edible treasures in each continent, and 1 plate for each continent. There were also the sea star beasts from the 3 continents. There were still 9 species on each continent, and the essence of each species was taken. There were 9 types of edible heavenly treasures in each of the 3 continents and oceans, and 1 plate of each type. There were 9 types of star beasts flying in the skies of the 3 continents, and 1 caddy of each type of star beast was taken. Finally, there was also the spirit wine brewed from the finest heavenly materials and earthly treasures of the 3 continents. Each continent had 9 types of wine, but only this was unlimited. An ordinary ancient martial arts clan might not be able to afford such a feast even if they had 1,000 years of history. These 2 people were actually using it for a bet. No matter who won this round, based on the wealth of these 2 clans, after the feast, their vitality would be greatly damaged, and they would not be able to recover from the setback. What are we betting on? How do we win? Wen Xingtian added, laughing. I'll be the judge. When it's time to eat, just count me in. Everyone rolled their eyes. Fuck, I was just about to say it, but this guy beat me to it. The judge's identity was really worth it. He did not need to pay anything to be able to attend the feast. If he won or lost, he would definitely be able to bask in the glory. However, no one could tell that Wen Xingtian was actually helping Xiang Kuangren. Although Vice Principal Gao's words were full of emotion, it was not impossible for him to set a trap. Now that he was going to talk about the details of the bet, he wanted to expose all the hidden secrets in front of everyone. Moreover, he had snatched the position of judge to intervene and not cause the situation to be unbalanced. At the end of the day, Wen Xingtian still did not trust Vice Principal Gao. Let's bet. Vice Principal Gao took a deep breath, and his voice sounded like it was going to explode. Whether or not there is a general among my descendants. Xiang Kuangren, you can choose to bet or not. Xiang Kuangren rolled his eyes and said, I'll bet. Vice Principal Gao was stunned and said angrily, then I'll have to not bet. If you don't bet, you'll pay. If you bet, I'll pay. All right. It's a deal. Xiang Kuangren laughed heartily. Throughout the whole process, Yi Changqing did not say anything. He just watched with a smile on his face. He did not say a word and did not comment. However, Vice Principal Wei, Vice Principal Wu, Vice Principal Liu, and the rest all looked gloomy. Gao Xian's behavior today was a little abnormal. What was going on? Why did this guy suddenly show signs of betrayal after a single battle? Usually, they would never be on the same side. Why was there such a change today? Xiang Kuangren laughed maniacally. Gao Xian, I still look down on you. But since you dared to say that you're going to send your children and grandchildren to the battlefield, and even dare to make such a bet, then you're still a man. You have guts. Therefore, I agree to bet with you. However, your descendants have been spoiled for many years. It will be difficult for them to withstand the wind and rain. I'm afraid there will be a lot of losses this time. Even if you are ruthless, I can't stand it. Later, I will send them to Hidden Dragon City for recruit training. They will train until December to increase their life-saving ability. Even if they are not sharpening their spears at the last minute, it will still be good. Thank you. Vice Principal Gao stood up. Thank you for your kindness, Vice Principal Xiang. I'm not doing this for you. Anyone who dares to go to the battlefield is a man of Yanwu. If they do their best and are still killed because they are not as strong as others, we have nothing to say. However, directly throwing delicate flowers into the battlefield and sending them to their deaths is not something I would do. Because that is framing, not sacrificing. Xiang Kuangren snorted. Come and report tomorrow. I have to get rid of all the bad habits of those brats and pull out all the thorns on their bodies. Otherwise, just their bad habits alone will make the soldiers at the border laugh at our Fenghai country for not having enough people, sending these good-for-nothings to make up the numbers. What a laughingstock. Okay. Who has more? Send them over now. Xiang Kuangren slammed the table. Every December, from the end of the year to the beginning of the year, was the time when the soldiers of Sun Moon Pass went home for the new year and reunited with their families. This was also the military's tradition. These soldiers who had been guarding the border for a whole year were allowed to go home. Go home and see the families they protected, the country they protected, and the prosperous era they protected. However, during this period, there would be a certain period of emptiness. During this period, there would be senior students from various high martial arts organizations, as well as the descendants of various families who wanted to join the army, going to the trial. They would use this force to fill up the emptiness. This trial would last for 2 months. During this period, the Umno Alliance would also celebrate the new year. After all, they were also separated from the continent of astral souls. Everyone's customs and habits were similar. Therefore, during this period, even if there were battles, there would not be many. No one wanted to be tainted with too much blood during this period. During these 2 months, there were even many years where the troops did not fight a single battle. They just came back to feel the atmosphere of the battlefield at the border. Most of the high martial arts students spent most of their time listening to the martial artists and old women at the front line bragging for 2 months. Therefore, it was not very dangerous. However, for the students who participated in the trial, they still had to prepare for the battle with all their might. Otherwise, if there was a battle, this group of students and martial artists who went up later would definitely die in large batches. Many of the descendants of the families who had already graduated also joined the army at this time after being influenced by their families for a few years. This group of new recruits was united with the students of the high martial arts universities. It was almost a routine. And for a period of time before they left, everyone would be training together. And Xiang Kuangren of Hidden Dragon High School was the vice principal in charge of this year. But these were not important. Or rather, they were not the main point. Because at this moment, Vice Principal Wu, Vice Principal Wei, and the others were puzzled by one thing: this matter, for Vice Principal Gao, was abnormal. No matter how they looked at it, there was a sense of abnormality. What was the reason for this? The bet with Xiang Kuangren was to eat and drink a lot. Although the bet was very high, but was betting on food and drink something that would happen between Vice Principal Gao and Xiang Kuangren? Shouldn't the two of them be fighting each other to the death the moment they see each other? What kind of unforeseen event happened that caused such an abnormal thing to happen? Yi Chongqing knocked on the table and said indifferently, "As for the details of this matter, you two can study it yourselves after the meeting. A school is a school, not a casino." Vice Principal Gao said, "There's one more thing." "Speak." "I came to Hidden Dragon High School to fulfill my duties as a vice principal. I don't have any other responsibilities, so I have a lot of free time. From this year onwards, I want to take on a part-time role and arrange some time to teach in the lower levels." Vice Principal Gao said, "I can teach staff techniques. I'm quite confident in this aspect." The Gao family staff technique was also famous on the battlefield. However, it had not appeared on the battlefield for many years. Hearing this, Yi Chongqing immediately fell silent. Vice Principal Gao waited quietly. Subconsciously, Xiang Kuangren wanted to stand up and curse. You can't even teach your own son well, yet you still want to teach students. If you teach students, saying that you're leading them astray would be an understatement. You're just casually poisoning them and harming them. But when Xingtian stopped him with a look. Vice Principal Wei and Vice Principal Wu also sat up straight and waited for the next development. Gao Zhiyun wanted to directly interfere with the teaching. Was he planning to seize power from here? This Gao Zhiyun was so scheming. Yi Chongqing was silent for a long time. Just when everyone thought that he would not agree, he finally said, "If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble Vice Principal Gao to teach the second grade. As a new student, you don't have enough experience. I'm afraid that you'll make mistakes. The third grade and above are basically set in stone. There's no benefit in going. You can train in the second grade for a while and see the results." "Thank you, Vice Principal." Gao Zhiyun was overjoyed. In just a few words, Gao Zhiyun had successfully seized power. Was it that easy? Vice Principal Wei and Vice Principal Wu were shocked. They could not sit still anymore and stood up at the same time. "Vice Principal, I also want to. Today's 2 chapters. I haven't rested for 4 months. My heart is in a mess. I'll rest for half the afternoon. I'll go fishing by the river." Chapter 495. You two wanted to. Yi Chongqing rolled his eyes in his mind. Then, he slapped the table and put on a straight face. "No way. If all of you leave, who will do the work? We can talk about it later. Especially you, Vice Principal Gao. You can't make any mistakes in your work. If you don't do your job well, you should go back to doing what you're supposed to do." Then, he didn't allow the two to speak and said directly, "Now, let's get back to business. The next important thing is the freshman competition. We have to hurry." Martial Arts Department. The 2 vice principals sat down awkwardly and cursed in their minds. What did he mean by, "Now, let's get back to business"? This sentence was simply disgraceful. Was what we were going to talk about not business? Yi Chongqing was too much. Hearing Yi Chongqing call his name, Wen Xingtian of the Martial Arts Department stood up. "We've started to build the arena. It should be finished by tomorrow afternoon. But there's one thing. Well, will Zhou Xiaoduo participate in the freshman competition?" Zhou Xiaoduo's strength was now far beyond his peers. If he participated in the freshman competition, he wouldn't even need to fight. He could just stand in the arena and sleep and be the champion. Because everyone who went up would only say one word, "Surrender." Yi Chongqing said firmly, "Zhou Xiaoduo can't participate in the freshman competition." He rejected it directly without any hesitation. Wen Xingtian's face twitched. "Okay, I understand." It was within his expectations. "Li Chenglong," Yi Chongqing said. Wen Xingtian stood up hurriedly. "Li Chenglong can participate." Yi Chongqing glanced at him. Wen Xingtian coughed and sat down awkwardly. "If Zhou Xiaoduo doesn't participate, you have already taken away the absolute trump card of my class. However, considering that Zhou Xiaoduo's strength is even worse than that of an animal, it is indeed unfair to the other students to have him participate. So be it, it is a good opportunity to polish his state of mind. But you actually want to get rid of Li Chenglong as well? If the other classes were to take the championship, where would I put my face? Those who know that my 2 trump cards were forcefully expelled by the evil forces, but those who don't know will think that there is a problem with my teaching standards." Wen Xingtian. "Am I, Wen Xingtian, shameless? I'm in class 1. All right. The competition will be held in a week's time. Everyone, go back and prepare yourselves," Yi Chongqing said. "All right. For year deans, you must look after the students." "Yes. Also, before the grand competition, organize another freshman's training. Go and earn some credits." Yi Chongqing sighed. "I'm afraid that many children won't have enough credits." "Yes. Open missions to students at the Origin Core realm and above. Not only school missions, but also Star Shield missions, military missions, and even missions from society, the Department of Investigation Services, and so on. All of them are open to students. Yes. Hidden Dragon High School instructors, after the mission begins, cancel all leave and return to their posts. Yes. Enchanting was silent for a while, as if he was thinking. Then he said, after the spring festival, when the people who have undergone the baptism of the battlefield return, the challenges of the various high schools in the country will begin again. I don't know if this year's Hidden Dragon High School. There will be people who will kick down the mountain gate. Regarding this matter, make some arrangements and see who will go. No matter what. I only have one request, and that is, our Hidden Dragon High School's own mountain gate cannot be kicked down by others. Enchanting's eyes flashed like thunder and lightning. If there is someone who comes to kick down the mountain gate, you all will make your own arrangements to meet them. The school's higher-ups will not participate. However, if any of the classes are defeated, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Cough, cough, cough. The second and third year deans all happened to coincidentally cough. Their two faces were like two wrinkled old eggplants that had no water in them. They started to distort. The first years did not have the qualifications to challenge, so there would not be any first years coming to challenge them. As for the fourth years, they were basically out doing missions all year round, polishing themselves. They rarely stayed in the school, so naturally, there were not many people who came to challenge them. Therefore, if they were to challenge them, it would basically be the second or third year students. In addition to Enchanting's explicit order, the 2-year deans suddenly felt that the pressure was as great as a mountain. Principal. The second-year deans were a little bald. They stood up with a bitter face and said, if Ancestral Gregon and Yunduan come, the victory and defeat. In other words, they naturally had confidence in winning against the other schools, but against Ancestral Gregon and Yunduan, they did not have that much confidence. Don't you know that Hidden Dragon has been going downhill all these years? Don't you have any self-awareness? You don't care about mercy. What the hell do you want us to do? Seeing this, Enchanting could not help but sigh. For 10 consecutive years, Hidden Dragon had always been suppressed by Yunduan and Ancestral Gregon second and third year students. No wonder the two deans' faces were ugly as if they had eaten shit. But this problem was also difficult for Enchanting. Can't force them to lose. That's impossible. But at this juncture, do you want me, the principal, to say, Yunduan and Ancestral Gregon are here, so it's okay to lose? You 2-year deans know how to be shameless, but do you think I, the principal of the school, don't know how to be shameless? Enchanting looked at the second-year deans in annoyance and said angrily, fight with your life on the line. If you lose, you have to lead the second-year teachers to dance in the plaza. Just do a plaza dance. The second-year dean's bald head was sweating profusely. Fuck, I'll be beaten to death. The third-year deans could not help but wipe their cold sweat. Fortunately, I did not open my mouth to ask. Otherwise, I would be the one dancing. I had already opened my mouth just now, but this baldy beat me to it. That was close, that was close. Is there anything else? Enchanting waited for 2 seconds and then said, meeting dismissed. After the meeting, Vice Principal Gao was pulled away by Vice Principal Wu. No one knew what the two of them were talking about. Xiang Quangren came to Enchanting and said, Boss, did this Gao Zhiyun eat the wrong medicine? Enchanting said indifferently, be more polite. He's also a vice principal, the same rank as you. After saying that, he turned around and left. Xiang Quangren rubbed his head. A strange feeling that he could not figure out what was going on spontaneously arose. Idiot! Wen Xingtian scolded disdainfully and also left. Who are you scolding? Xiang Kuangren was furious. But when Xingtian was already far away, Xiang Kuangren frowned and pondered. Finally, he came to a realization. You're saying that Gao Zhiyun is an idiot. That must be it. He nodded, thinking that he understood, and left with a carefree heart. The school was in full swing, building various arenas and arenas. The students, on the other hand, were training at a higher intensity. Even Sui Xiaoduo, who had not received the bad news that he was not allowed to participate in the competition, still went into the gravity room to train every day. He trained himself half to death every day. He had just reached the 500 kilograms weight limit and was still in the adaptation period. And this situation made Sui Xiaoduo feel very frustrated. I originally had a 30,000 kilograms weight limit record. But now, I can only train with a 500 kilograms weight every day. I haven't even officially passed the adaptation period. Failure. According to the time in Phoenix City, he should have changed by now. Of course, the main reason was that no one cared and no one set the standards. But now, when Xingtian threw him a list, you have to carry a 500 kilograms weight and complete all the tasks on this list before you are allowed to change to the next level. All of them had to be done to the standard, preferably 3 times. And the standards of these tasks were all beyond the level of difficulty. None of them could be done easily. But Sui Xiaoduo did not care. Instead, he was eager to give it a try. It's just reaching the standard. Why would I be afraid? Back when I was practicing hidden weapons with Sister Nian, there were so many strange and unreasonable requirements. I gradually adapted and completed them better and better, more and more perfect. It's enough. And so, he began to train day and night. Isn't it just reaching the standard? Isn't it just reaching the standard? As Sui Xiaoduo entered the gravity room for a long time and rarely appeared in front of others, Li Chenglong began to dominate the class. Every day, he would grab his classmates and beat them up. It was like an elephant grabbing a white rabbit and ravaging it crazily. And there was no end to it. Reality proved that when a person who was often bullied suddenly had a chance to bully others, that kind of feeling was simply incurable. Once it was started, it could not be stopped. It was much more ruthless and crazy than when others bullied him. Li Chenglong beat his classmates crazily. Of course, Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong bore the brunt of his attacks. Meng Zhangjun, Hao Hanjin, Piao Piao, Yu Yan, and the others in the military shop were also the main targets. Every day, every hour, every moment, these people were beaten black and blue by Li Chenglong until their faces were swollen beyond recognition. The sect leader never discriminated between men and women when he beat people. Once he caught them, he would hammer them. In the end, the class complained incessantly. When Xingtian finally could not stand it anymore, he grabbed Li Chenglong and threw him into the 50x gravity room. Can't you do it? Go there and train. After Sui Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong left, the class immediately returned to the state of dragons fighting for supremacy. No one was willing to submit to the other. Usually, you and I are the ones who get beaten up. Now, you want to be the boss. I want to be the boss too. If you don't submit, come and fight me. Let's fight. Who's afraid of who? As a result, the Warring States era was completely opened. When Xingtian finally flew into a rage. The reason was that during a martial arts theory class, when Xingtian was teaching, when there was a sudden boom from below. Xiang Chong and Hao Hanjin had already started fighting. Then, Xiang Bing grabbed Jin Piao Piao and started to hammer her. Xiang Bing had wanted to beat her for a long time. She wanted to buy a white lightning tiger from this girl, but Jin Piao Piao did not sell it. Xiang Bing was furious. Who told you not to give me a white lightning tiger? I'll beat you to death. For a moment, the whole class was in chaos. They were quickly divided into two groups of people who fought together. Wen Xingtian's face turned purple with anger. This was a martial arts theory class, not a combat class. You bastards are simply looking down on the teachers. Then, Wen Xingtian made his move. He attacked in all directions and sent the whole class into the nutrition cabin in the blink of an eye. Until the next combat class. When the teachers on duty arrived at the field, they only saw an empty field. There was not a single student. Only Wen Xingtian stood under a tree outside the field with a dark face. The teaching assistant stood behind Wen Xingtian, trembling as he recorded. Where are they? Minister Wen. I killed them all. Wen Xingtian's anger had not subsided. His words were full of killing intent. Chapter 496. The three teachers looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to say. You're really something. If you're really willing to kill one of them, then we'll admire you. On the other hand, the Gao family had also officially joined the training team. On the other side of the wall, they were drilled to the point where they wished they were dead. They were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. The host in charge of the training, Xiang Quangren, hit them hard and ruthlessly. Every day, there were people crying for their mothers. This performance made Xiang Quangren so angry that he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. What kind of fucking thing is Gao Zhiyun throwing at me? So he went to find trouble with Gao Zhiyun. Vice Principal Gao was even angrier than Xiang Quangren when he found out. He directly rushed over, grabbed his grandchildren, and beat them to death. In a few seconds, he broke more than a dozen of their legs. Whoever embarrasses me again will be expelled from the family immediately. Get the fuck out of here. Vice Principal Gao, who was scolded by his wife at home, finally dared to scold here. This fuck your grandmother curse was truly grand and imposing. After Gao Zhiyun left, the Gao family's grandchildren were all well behaved. At least no one wanted to find their mother anymore. A few days later, Hidden Dragon High School started this year's freshman competition. With the start of the freshman competition, Li Chenglong was finally able to come out of the gravity room. As soon as he appeared, he occupied an arena. He fought with great joy every day, with an aura of exultation and extreme satisfaction. He had the aura of someone who could compete with him. As for the main character, Zhou Xiao Duo was still locked in the gravity room to cultivate. Let me out. I want to fight. Zhou Xiao Duo, who found out the truth from Li Chenglong, screamed in his heart every day. Of course, he only screamed in his heart. He could never say it out loud. A certain handsome leader of the Feng family was waiting for him to go out and fight. He still wanted to use this freshman competition to write more than 100,000 words. If he went out, he would succeed. I won't go out. I'll give you water. Use other water. Shang Jing. 9 Heavens Pavilion. Turn in the mission. The civic team came to turn in their mission again. This is the second level's mission, right? Yes, they couldn't complete it. Our leader thought it was quite simple, so he brought us to complete it. We've also completed this mission. This. We've completed it. This is the quest item. There's also this mission. This should be on the 3rd floor, right? Our captain said that he didn't do it on purpose. He just happened to pass by and encountered it. He only found out that it was a mission on the 3rd floor after killing it. There should be a reward for this, right? Can we hand it in here? And this is a mission from the military. It was on the way. On the way, so we completed it together. Do you want to receive the reward here, or? After a round of calculations, Even the staff of the Meritorious Service Department was stunned. Ever since this civet had arrived, it had been quite obedient at first. It only did what it was told to do. But now, his subjective initiative had been greatly enhanced. He sent out a list of missions in one go and went through them one by one. While completing his own mission, he conveniently completed the missions on the second and third floors. This was something that had happened quite a few times already. "Where's your captain?" Captain said that she couldn't be bothered with something as trivial as handing in the mission. She has already gone back to cultivate. Increasing her strength is the most important thing. The Zhuxiaonian, who had just returned, heard a knock on the door. She didn't move her body and just waved her hand casually. The door opened. A handsome young man stood at the door, holding a bouquet of delicate flowers in his hand. He had a dazzling smile on his face. Then, a gust of bone-chilling wind blew and the flowers in his hand withered instantly. The person instinctively looked around and saw that the room was filled with ice and snow. The room was covered in white and silver. The Zhuxiaonian, who was sitting on a large ice lotus seat in the middle of the room, was dressed in a snow-white robe. She turned her head and looked at him with indifferent eyes. There was no emotion at all. Although she didn't say a word and didn't even make a sound, her calm eyes were clearly asking impatiently, "What's the matter?" That beautiful face, that awe-inspiring and cold temperament, that unreachable feeling, that cold and unworldly purity, and that elegant demeanor of being at the top. All of these turned into a torrential cold current along with her eyes. It made people shudder and shiver uncontrollably. The young man instantly felt that although the other party was picturesque and beautiful, she was the fairy Guanghan who was above the clouds, and he was just the most ordinary person among all the living beings. A sense of distance that was as wide as heaven and earth arose spontaneously and was difficult to erase. I'm fine." His face was stiff. On the one hand, it was because of the cold, and on the other hand, it was because he was scared. A gust of cold wind blew and the door was slammed shut. The young man stood at the door for a long time in a daze. He only felt that his heart had sunk into an ice cave. It was cold and desperate. In short, there was no warmth at all. After a long while, he finally came to his senses and went back with the broken bouquet in his arms. As soon as he returned to the martial arts arena, he was greeted with a burst of laughter. "Is it over?" "It's over." The young man was in a daze. After a long time, he finally sighed. "You guys dug a hole for me. I just came back and you gave me such a big setback. How did it feel? Did she talk to you?" "Talk?" The young man was sad. "Just a calm look and my whole body was frozen. No wonder you guys didn't dare to go. You've all suffered before, right?" "Of course. This civet lady has outstanding talent, and her cultivation progress is also extremely fast." Sigh. "Don't think about it." The young man smiled bitterly. This kind of woman is the kind of woman who, with just a glance, gives you the feeling that this woman is from a completely different world from you. You can only look up to her, but you can't get close to her. I really can't get any confidence at all. She didn't ignore you, but she can make you feel that it's impossible. The young man shook his head. "I can't even think about it. How can a person be so cold?" Someone inside laughed. "We brothers have already been convinced. We can only look at such a woman." Sigh. In the Xian Ice Room. This Xian Ice Room was a special reward that Zhuxiaonian exchanged for when she completed a task. Basically, after every task, Zhuxiaonian would exchange all the rewards for the deep-sea Xian ice. There were two kinds of Xian ice. One came from the snow mountain, and the other came from the deep sea. The Xian ice in the deep sea was even rarer. It was an extremely precious thing. Ordinary powerhouses couldn't even see it, let alone get it. If one wanted to get the deep sea Xian ice, he or she would have to be at least above the cloud transformation realm to have a slight chance of getting it. Ordinary cloud transformation realm powerhouses couldn't get it either. Even someone as strong as Xiaoyan couldn't get it by herself with her current cultivation, let alone others. However, she could exchange for it by completing tasks. Now, her bed, the lotus seat she used for cultivation, and even the tables, chairs, benches, and other household items that could be used had all been turned into items made of deep-sea Xian ice. Of course, most of the things in the room hadn't been changed. Zhou Xiaoyan's short-term goal was to replace all the furniture in the room, including the ceiling and floor, with this kind of deep-sea Xian ice. Humans had to set a small goal in the short term. Based on the current situation, achieving it was only a matter of time. The deep-sea Xian ice had a strong and targeted supplementary effect on Zhou Xiaoyan's moon scripture. The cold qi in the deep-sea Xian ice could make her moon scripture revolve faster and smoother. There would always be a beneficial effect. Moreover, it could continuously produce cold qi. Zhou Xiaoyan sat cross-legged. She was calm and continued to work hard to compress her spiritual energy. Now, she had already reached the pinnacle of the origin elixir realm and had already gone through the compression of her real spirit qi 5 times. Now, she was compressing for the 6th time. The origin elixir realm belonged to the golden elixir realm. The pain she had to endure during the compression process was even greater than the thorny path. However, Zhou Xiaoyan had experienced the compression of the embryonic breathing realm many times before, so she was already used to such a situation. When I was compressing the embryonic breathing realm, although it was the power of heaven and earth and the power of the phoenix vein that prevented me from breaking through, and although it was a very passive experience of suppression, it also helped me to increase my potential in this area. This time, based on the current situation, I can suppress it at least 9 times. But I can't be satisfied with just that. The ancients said that 9 times was the limit, similar to the limit of numbers. However, that was mainly referring to the compression of the thorny path's vital essence. I have suppressed it dozens of times in the embryonic breathing realm. Obviously, it has greatly exceeded the knowledge of the past practitioners. Then, the limit of my suppression will definitely not be limited to 9 times. I have to try to compress as much as possible. I definitely can't limit the number of suppression to 9 times from the start. Humph, Duo dog actually wants to catch up with me. How can I let him catch up with me? Zhou Xiaoyan's face revealed a tinge of gentleness and arrogance. I'm not going to wait for him. I'm going to put in 10 times more effort to completely suppress this little dog in this lifetime. If he catches up with me one day, with this little dog's temper, won't he be arrogant to the heavens? And he's going to show off in front of me every day. This definitely can't happen. As long as she thought of this matter and imagined the scene, Zhou Xiaoyan was even more motivated. Little dog. In this lifetime, you will always follow behind me and slowly catch up with me. You will always be within sight but unattainable. In the future, in our family, whoever's martial arts is stronger will have the final say. She thought of the time when she saw Zhou Xiaoduo again. When she casually mentioned her progress, she saw the little dog's stunned and shocked expression, as well as its depressed and aggrieved expression, as if it was a puppy that had been beaten up. Zhou Xiaoyan suddenly felt refreshed and high-spirited. The corner of her mouth suddenly revealed a sweet smile. At this moment, her phone suddenly vibrated. Chapter 497. Ever since there was more Xian ice in the room, the signal of the most expensive and high-end mobile phone, which claimed to be designed for cultivators, was inevitably affected. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoyan placed the mobile phone on the signal receiver and placed it on the windowsill at the edge of the room. This was the place in the room that was least affected by the deep-sea Xian ice. She waved her hand and the mobile phone flew to her. There was a group message on the phone: "Captain, we have received the reward. The Xian ice that you exchanged for this reward is in our office. It is so big. It is so cold. Please come and collect it." Zhuo Xiaonian's eyes flickered, then he put down his phone and flew out. The door opened. A gust of extremely cold air flowed into the room, causing the temperature of the entire building to drop by more than 10 degrees. On this floor, even the corridor was covered in a layer of white frost. If Zhuo Xiaonian had not closed the door immediately, the entire corridor would have been covered in a thick layer of ice in a short period of time. "Civet is out!" Someone shouted, and many heads popped out, as if they were looking at something rare. Zhuo Xiaonian walked downstairs. Many people were standing at the door and looking at her. There were even a few old men who were intentionally or unintentionally looking in their direction. A few young men suddenly stopped in the hall and started to chat enthusiastically. They laughed from time to time. They seemed to be very cheerful and bright. However, the cold air swept past them and they could not see her figure clearly. She had already entered an office. After a while, the cold air intensified. Zhuo Xiaonian came out with the Xian ice. The cold air swept past them and they could not see her figure clearly. Zhuo Xiaonian had already disappeared into her room. Everyone felt a sense of loss that they were all staring at her, but they still could not see her. Civet should have reached the infant transformation stage, right? Bullshit. I am at the advanced infant transformation stage. I almost froze to death just now. Cough. What is her cultivation stage? The peak of the inner core stage. Someone revealed. How is this possible? Someone exclaimed. Why is it impossible? She's still on the first floor. If she has already broken through to the nascent soul stage. Do you think the leaders are blind and would let such a thing happen? What is going on? What level is such a character at? What level is he at? What does he represent? I'm afraid you guys don't know this. Although Civet is still on the first floor and mainly takes on the first level missions, she can complete all the missions on the lower 3 floors as long as she is satisfied with them. What the hell? Then why hasn't she leveled up? I'm compressing my realm, idiot. The primal core realm can actually be compressed. Wasn't that already at the level of golden core? How can I compress it? Idiot. How can a genius be the same as you? Sob, sob, sob. I also enjoyed the reputation of being a genius back then. Disgusting. Scram. I can only say that there are different levels of geniuses. Geniuses like you only appear once in 3 or 5 years, while Civet is a peerless genius that appears once in 1,000 years or even once in 10,000 years. Similarly in Shangjing, Zhuo Xiaoduo once had a crush on Yunduan Gaowu. Long Yuxing stood on the new student arena, tall and straight. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. He said calmly, "Next." A few minutes later, Long Yuxing still said calmly, "Next." His face remained calm and indifferent from the beginning. However, there was a hint of fatigue and impatience. Weak. This batch of new students is really too weak. Among my brothers, I'm already considered as trash, but I can still stand out in Yunduan Gaowu and become one of the 3 strongest people. Sigh, fate makes fools of people. It's really that the other arenas also had their own champions. Everyone could challenge them as they wished. After confirming that they had successfully defended their arenas, it was time for the higher-level battle between the champions. Wanli Xiao was the champion of another arena. Since she stood on it, she had maintained a winning record. In the last stage of the Yunduangao's new student arena, there was no surprise that it was a three-nation battle. Zhou Yunqing, Wanli Xiu, Long Yuxing. Long Yuxing was the first to fight Zhou Yunqing. The battle between the two new geniuses was earth-shattering, and the sun and moon lost their light. Long Yuxing was at a disadvantage from the beginning, but he did not give up. Even though Zhou Yunqing's no-return sword was awe-inspiring and caused considerable damage to him. But Long Yuxing still fought with his life on the line. He always fought to be first. If you slashed me with your sword, I would slash you with my sword. At the very least, I would kick you. This kind of battle atmosphere was already infinitely close to the fighting style of a battlefield. Or it could be said that this was already a life and death battle, an extreme battle. At the end of the battle, Zhou Yunqing used a big move to secure victory and completely suppressed Long Yuxing. But he was also covered in cuts and bruises. He had the advantage from the beginning, but Long Yuxing was still able to fight until both sides were injured. It was almost a Pyrrhic victory. Zhou Yunqing sighed in his heart. He was really convinced. Next was the battle with Wanli Xiu. Zhou Yunqing sighed in his heart. He faintly guessed why Long Yuxing was so desperate. Long Yuxing was fighting for a chance for Wanli Xiu to win the championship. So he did not hesitate to fight with his life on the line. He fought until he was half crippled, and then he went to fight Wanli Xiu. With Wanli Xiu, Long Yuxing, and himself as the three of them, against the half-crippled Zhou Yunqing, there was no way they would lose. When the two of them entered the school, they had already expressed their status as a couple. Other people were envious, but they could not do anything about it. Now that he met them, other than sighing about his bad luck, what else could he do? Unexpectedly, after Wanli Xiu got on the stage, she directly said, "I admit defeat." Below the stage, Long Yuxing, who only had one breath left, opened his eyes wide. Opposite him, Zhou Yunqing also opened his eyes wide. I know what he is thinking. He wants me to defeat you and obtain the honor of being the champion of this year's freshman competition. But in your current state, I have an unfair advantage. But if I were to fight against you in your best state, I know that I can't win. Wanli Xiu said very calmly, if it was a real battle, I would not hesitate to take your life at this moment. But now that we are facing each other, it is not difficult to defeat you, but I don't want to take advantage of you. In this competition, Yunduan High Martial Arts needs the strongest person to become the champion in order to deal with external challenges. Secondly, if I become the champion, I will be separated from Long Yuxing by you, the runner-up. I feel that the gap between us is too big. Thirdly, he is seriously injured now. I have to rush to take care of him. For this battle, I will count on you. After Wanli Xiu finished speaking, she smiled freely and jumped off the stage. She cupped her hands and gave up the honor of being the champion that she had already obtained. But Zhou Yunqing did not feel the slightest joy of being the champion in his heart. He only felt that he had been firmly fed 2 mouthfuls of dog food. His heart was crying out in panic. Winning without a fight, the champion had an unfair advantage. One fought with all her might, and the other gave up everything to take care of him. The life of a single dog was really difficult. Zhou Yunqing was speechless. Standing on the stage, he smiled bitterly and spread out his hands. He said self-deprecatingly, I have become the champion, but I have to be abused by single dogs. I suddenly feel that the honor of being the champion is tasteless, almost like a chicken rib. Below the stage, there was a burst of laughter. That was indeed the case. Now, everyone no longer had any thoughts of being the champion and runner-up. They all felt that they had eaten enough dog food. Long Yuxing against Wanli Xiu. The two of them fought for the runner-up and runner-up. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Then, they said at the same time, I admit defeat. Below the stage, with Zhou Yunqing taking the lead, all the freshmen of Yunduan High Martial Arts High School sighed in unison. Damn it, this year's batch was really too unlucky. Not only did they have to be beaten up every day, but no matter how hard they tried, no matter how hard they fought, they could not win back. If that was all, it would be fine. Sometimes, one's strength was limited, and one's skills were not as good as others. There was nothing they could do. But this was a good arena final, and they did not see anything. They only had a mouthful of dog food. Choked. Damn it. This is blatantly bullying us single dogs. Do single dogs have no human rights? Do they deserve to be bullied and ridiculed? Well, fine, single dogs deserve it. After the arena ended, Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu walked side by side. The fetus is gone. Me too. How many times did you suppress it? More than 8 times. The remaining bit is definitely not enough to suppress it once. Let's count it as 8.5 times. Me too. This result is a little difficult. The next time we meet Zhua and the rest, I reckon we will still be beaten up. I am also worried about this matter. But I really can't suppress it anymore. It's sad. Regarding the embryonic breathing realm, I have heard of a trick. What trick? That is, from the moment you enter the embryonic breathing realm, you start suppressing your own spiritual source. Don't wait until your true vitality is overflowing before suppressing it. Suppressing it again and again like this, you will be in a state of compressing your true vitality every day. Long Yuxing said, it is said that Commander Dongfang did this in the past. However, this process is extremely painful. Very few people can withstand it, because that process is equivalent to stepping on a thorny road every day of one's life. Wanli Xiu clenched her teeth. If we do this, will it be possible to beat up Zhua Xiaoduo in the future? Long Yuxing smiled bitterly. I can only say that it is possible. This may be the only way that we can surpass Zhua. But even if we still can't beat Zhua Xiaoduo, we can at least beat Zhou Yunqing to death. Then let's do it. Wanli Xiu clenched her teeth. What is there to settle with Zhou Yunqing? Zhua Xiaoduo, this bastard, is the most infuriating. The video that he sent to the group a few days ago made me so angry that I didn't eat for 3 days. Is it the video of the time when the martial master couldn't control his breakthrough to the innate realm? Long Yuxing smiled and tried his best to comfort her. Actually, he didn't record it clearly. At that time, every part of your body was emitting black mud. He only managed to record a small part of it. I won't tell anyone else about the rest. Bang! Long Yuxing was sent flying with his limbs in the air. Wanli Xiu rushed up angrily. Long Yuxing, I realize that you are looking for death very happily now. Today, I will beat you to death. Let's see how you talk. Requesting a few recommendation tickets. Chapter 498. Ping 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 ping. Many people were dumbfounded when they saw this. Seeing that the runner-up of this year's freshman competition was directly suppressed by the 3rd place, as if there was an irreconcilable hatred between them, everyone immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Too cruel that they were just jealous of the public display of affection, but now, they could only rejoice. On the other side. Dragon Soul High Warrior. Li Zhongming was still sleeping soundly. It's time for the freshman competition. Woo woo. You're the champion, wake up. Woo woo. Hurry up. Woo woo. Ho ho. Get the fuck up and sleep in the arena. Woo. Jade Sun High Warrior. Yu Moyan's long sword was in the air. On the tip of the sword, drops of blood dripped down. It was a shocking sight. Next. His face was expressionless, his eyes were cold, his whole body was like a bloodthirsty sword, emitting a murderous aura that kept people away. Yu Moyan was a man of few words, his personality was very cold. In Phoenix City, with Sua Xiaoduo and the others around, there would never be an awkward silence. Yu Moyan naturally became more lively. However, being alone in an unfamiliar environment made Yu Moyan's personality even more extreme. Yu Moyan looked at all the people around him, no one could compare to Sua Xiaoduo and the others. This made Yu Moyan have no intention of making friends, and he did not want others to replace Sua Xiaoduo and the others in his heart. He thought that would be a betrayal. So he cultivated alone every day, desperately improving himself, fighting, and slowly became more and more isolated. Recently, other than his mentor Luo Yanling, he didn't even talk to anyone else. But his sword was getting sharper, and his murderous aura was getting stronger. The teachers had a headache because of Yu Moyan's personality. Teacher Luo Yanling was even more worried, but no matter how she arranged for other students to deliberately get close to him, Yu Moyan was like a piece of ice that refused to melt. It was clear that he was keeping people 1,000 miles away. Yu Moyan's killing Dao is getting more and more perfect. Yes. But won't this child's temperament be affected? Although the Dao of slaughter is powerful, it is too easy to lose yourself. Once your state of mind is damaged, your future will be bleak. No, the boy's mind is unusually strong. There's always a fire in his heart. That ball of fire was given to him by the old principal, He Yuanyue. No one can extinguish it. As long as he doesn't give up and abandon himself, his state of mind will not be lacking. The competition ended. The champion, Yu Moyan, walked alone. Under the setting sun, he sat alone in a corner of the field. He gently took out the jade pendant from his chest. The jade pendant still carried the warmth of his body as he held it in his hand. I hope that my home will not be destroyed. I hope that my country will not be invaded. I hope that my brothers will always be happy. I hope that my sisters will always be safe. I hope that I can protect all of this. Old principal, I won't forget your request. In these troubled times, I will use my killing to protect my treasures. Umo Yan's eyes were resolute, his will as firm as a rock. He quietly looked at the jade pendant for a long time before he treasured it and put it back into his chest. This was his treasure. Now, he finally understood He Yuanyue's intentions. For details, see Book 1, Chapter 109, 10,000 Years of History Jade Pendant. If not for this jade pendant, if not for those words, with his extreme personality, his cold and unsociable personality, his style of killing, he might really have walked on the other extreme path. But now, it was different. The jade pendant was very warm in his chest. It reminded him that he had something to protect and cherish. There was not a single person in the entire field. Only Yu Moyan was left. In the corner, among the weeds, he sat quietly hugging his knees. His eyes were fixed on the swaying weeds in front of him. His eyes did not move. After a long while, he softly hummed a song. All these years, alone, the wind has passed, the rain has gone. Friends walk together, those days will no longer exist. The song gradually deepened, and the lingering sound was faint, but it never stopped. The red sun gradually set in the west. A murmur. I miss you so much. I miss you so much. You, how are you now? Somewhere in the forest. Qin Fangyang's entire body was bathed in blood, and was actually covered in cuts and bruises. He struggled to move his body, and moved to the side of a star beast he had just killed. He moved closer to his mouth, and began to gulp down the star beast's blood. To go to Shangjing, my strength is not enough, far from enough. At the very least, I need to be a god-reigning cultivator. Qianqian, you really dare to ask me to go to Shangjing to protect your precious babies. But I am only a cloud transformation cultivator. But how can I bear to disappoint you? The inner core of a cloud transformation cultivator like this. If I kill 7 more, I will be able to gather enough vital energy to reach the God-reigning cultivator. The only pity is that I can't compress it anymore. No. I still have the top-grade jade of astral souls that Xiao Duo gave me. Qian, did you know? Did you calculate this? After 3 more times of compression, I will step into the God-reigning cultivator rank. Qian, don't worry. I will take care of the children for you. Kunlun Taoist sect. Mu Yanyan came back with injuries and immediately entered the secret place for cultivation. This time, she killed several cloud transformation cultivator star beasts in one breath, but she also suffered a great loss of vital energy. But the more the battle atmosphere was like this, the more it could help her improve. Only at the critical moment of life and death could she have enlightenment. Only by fighting to the death could she transcend. I don't have much time left. Can I become a God-reigning cultivator in 3 years? Fight. Phoenix City, Mount Fenghuihan. In front of He Yuan's tomb. Sister Lan was wearing a blue dress with her hair wrapped. She leaned against the tombstone and basked in the sun. Not far behind her was a small thatched hut. Let me read for you the news about Sua Xiao Duo and the others on the internet. Sister Lan held the phone and smiled. I know you miss them. But this era is good. You don't have to go anywhere. Just search the internet and you can find the news about your treasures. Well, this Sword King is Sua Xiao Duo. It seems that he is doing well. Also, this Iron and Steel Hierarch is Li Changlong. Look at the students you taught, each and every one of them. Ahem, well, they are quite powerful. Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiao can also be found on the internet. But Yu Moyan and Li Zhongming are hard to find. But those 2 children are calm and honest. They are more reliable than the previous ones, so you can rest assured. I have been asking about Qin Fangyang recently, but there is no news at all. But with his cultivation, he should be fine. You don't have to worry. I went back to my hometown some time ago and stayed for a day. The old lady said she would come to see you. I didn't ask her to come. Sister Lan paused and smiled. I told her that if you have a next life, you will definitely be her daughter. If you owe her in this life, you will pay it back in the next life. The old lady was very sad. She said she was old and couldn't give birth to a child like you. She was sad. I have been dreaming about you for the past few days, but you didn't talk. Sigh. I go to sleep at 9:30 p.m. If you have time, come to my dream and talk to me. Okay, you don't talk, that's fine too. Anyway, I have been with you for a lifetime. You don't talk much, so I am used to it. Sister Lan talked endlessly in front of He Yuan's tombstone until the moon was high in the sky. Finally, she lit 3 incense sticks, said goodnight, and went back to her room to sleep. The mountain breeze blew gently, and the smoke rose in spirals. When the phoenix turned around, there was only silence. Phoenix City No. 2 High School. Hu Ruoyun sat in front of the computer and read the 2 posts, The Sword King's martial arts life is so boring, and The Hierarch's martial arts life horizon. She was so happy that she was swaying back and forth from time to time. These were the 2 posts she read every day. She was addicted to them and could be called a loyal reader. Old Li, come and take a look at this girl from the Gao family, Gao Qiao, Although she looks beautiful, her eyes are full of troubles. Xiao Duo is so innocent, he won't be a good match for her. Li Chongjiang was looking at a stack of student analysis materials. He snorted and said, What? Sua Xiao Duo is innocent. How can you tell that he is innocent? Whoever marries him will have to worry about it for the rest of their lives. Hu Ruiyun snorted, then sighed and said, Xiao Duo is innocent and kind. He has a strong sense of justice and doesn't have his guard up against others. I am really worried that he will suffer outside. Li Chongjiang was really shocked this time. He turned around and took off his glasses. He looked at his wife seriously for a long time before he said in disbelief, You have been talking about this person for so long. Is he really Zhou Xiaoduo? Do you have a different understanding of the words innocent and kind? Hu Ruiyun suddenly got angry and said, Nonsense. She didn't want to talk to him anymore. Li Chongjiang closed the analysis book and suddenly sighed. He said, You are so worried about Zhou Xiaoduo every day. I think your motherly love is overflowing and you have nowhere to vent it. Come, let's have a child and you can play with him every day. A biological child is better than that Zhou Xiaoduo. Hu Ruiyun struggled. Hooligan, bastard. I haven't finished reading this post. Li Chongjiang said, I will read it tomorrow. Now. It is important. It was still in Shangjing City. Nan Xiaoxiong. Yes, Chief Nan, who hadn't been seen in a long time, sat in the office with his burly body. He looked at the teams that had returned from their missions. Why didn't you catch Team 3? Chief, we didn't catch them. When we went there, they were already gone. Chief Nan nodded lightly. Men, take down Team 3 and interrogate them. The information is so accurate but they still didn't catch them. Choose someone else and rebuild Team 3. Chief, these people have made 2 mistakes in their consecutive operations. There must be a mole behind this. Investigate this thoroughly. Yes. Chapter 499. Nan stood up and said, According to the information I have, one of you should have a problem. After the investigation, I will apologize to the other 3. If there is no problem, I will apologize to the 4 of you. Those who are suspicious will not be able to hide from me. As for those who are not suspicious, they will just have to suffer for a few days. Take them away. Yes. As for the other teams, no one is allowed to die during the interrogation. Whether it is the 4 of them or the other suspects, you can use any means, but no one is allowed to die. This is the bottom line. If anyone dares to kill him on purpose, I'll kill your entire family. Not even a chicken or dog will be spared. Chief Nan was very domineering. Also, put out a warrant for the people I mentioned in the entire continent. Do it as soon as possible. Chief, this is the work of the investigation department. Do it just because I asked you to. Investigation department. Don't you know that I am the boss? Chief Nan was furious. He slammed the table. Why? That Wong guy from the investigation department is not working. Or did he say something wrong? No. We haven't done it yet. I don't think he dares to. I am in charge of the finance department. If he dares to fart, I will stop his entire department's salary and let him drink the northwest wind. Chief Nan shouted. Also, Star Shield Department, Security Department, Martial Arts Department. Ask them to send their elite soldiers over to cooperate with my investigation. Whoever dares to not cooperate, their salary will be stopped immediately. They will be paid when they work. Everyone was drenched in cold sweat. This style. Those who knew him would think that he was the chief of the 6 departments. Speaking of which, no one dared to offend him. Since the last time the Ministry of Culture talked back to him, they had stopped 3 months of salary. In these 3 months, whenever someone from the Ministry of Culture spent money to buy something, someone would immediately come to investigate the huge amount of money and unknown income. Now, the chief of the Ministry of Culture had resigned and more than 70 people were sent to prison. His style was too domineering. It was not that no one had spoken ill of Chief Nan in front of the emperor. In the end, the emperor said, "We have been fighting for so many years and spending money. It is not easy for you, Chief Nan. Until now, you have not stopped spending money on the palace. It is already very good. No one has it easy, so please understand." The person who said this had tears in his eyes. What else could he say? His Majesty the Emperor is also in a difficult position. I have to understand. Ever since the restoration of the imperial system, the existence of the imperial family in Yanwu had considerable authority, but it was not like the supreme authority of the feudal dynasty, where their words were law. Especially now that there was a war on all sides, which concerned the survival of the entire human race. Even though he was the ruler of a country in name, his authority was still limited. Therefore, this was also a very difficult thing to do. The crux of the matter was that the author hadn't thought of this layer yet, so he didn't explain it first. What did the Gao family say? The patriarch of the Gao family is waiting for you in the reception hall. Sit. The Gao family has been turned into a bunch of good-for-nothings because of him. What right does he have to sit and wait? Yes. On the streets of Shangjing, Mo Xuanyi slowly walked out of the cake shop with a big cake in her hand. Today was her mother's birthday, and it was also the first time she celebrated her mother's birthday since she came back, so Mo Xuanyi bought an extra bottle of wine. However, as soon as he walked out of the door, he saw a battle in front of him. It seemed like someone was trying to assassinate him. A little fatty in his 20s, dressed in luxurious clothes, was rolling and crawling towards him. His chubby little face was full of panic and fear. Mo Xuanyi didn't want to cause trouble, and didn't want to rashly get involved. He quietly dodged, trying to avoid trouble. Whoosh! An arrow was shot from afar, and a sharp whistling sound broke through the air. The little fatty shouted and nimbly dodged, leaving behind 6 afterimages. Whether it was his movement technique or speed, they were all extraordinary. Unfortunately, it was still to no avail. With a muffled sound, the arrow fiercely pierced the little fatty's buttocks. It went in from the left side of his buttocks and came out from the right side of his buttocks. It was like a closed-door surgery, but the method was a bit more extreme. The little fatty screamed and immediately changed his trajectory, coincidentally knocking Mo Xuanyi's cake away. At the same time, he screamed at the top of his lungs, "My butt." Then he sniffed with his nose, "Strawberry cake. Ah. My butt." In an instant, black-clothed people jumped down from all directions. Mo Xuanyi saw that the situation was bad and hurriedly turned around to run. But the little fatty had already grabbed her leg. "Sister, save me. My butt." For a moment, Mo Xuanyi panicked. Without thinking, she grabbed the back of the little fatty's neck and floated back into the cake shop behind her. The attack from behind was like a mountain, and the whole shop was sent flying. However, this was not out of Mo Xuanyi's expectations. The moment she entered the cake shop, she used her movement technique and flashed out from the back door. Her body floated and she went to another alley. Then, with a series of twists and turns, she carried the little fatty and arrived at another busy street. Mo Xuanyi had studied Marshal Uncle Fang Yinua's life-saving methods for a while. On the other side, there was another ear-piercing sound. It was the experts of Shangjing rushing over. Mo Xuanyi didn't stop carrying the little fatty. With another flash, she had already entered a big supermarket. She whispered, "Don't shout." The little fatty was surprised to find that unknowingly, his butt was covered with cake. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. Also, he didn't feel any pain from the wound, and it didn't even bleed. He didn't know what method this girl used. It was really magical. Mo Shwani came from the ravenous wolf group and came to Planet Soul to hide. Furthermore, Fong Yinhua had taught him everything along the way. Naturally, he was very familiar with this method of escaping for his life. After coming out of the supermarket's back door, he took a turn and brought the little fatty to a private clinic. "Doctor, my little brother was shot by an arrow." If it was before, Mo Shwani probably wouldn't even look at this kind of thing. Even if the little fatty was chopped into minced meat in front of her, she wouldn't bat an eyelid. "If you die, then die, what does it have to do with me?" But after going through Swishiaodua's fortune-telling, she completely changed her mind. Being kind to others, doing more good deeds, especially saving a life, will definitely be rewarded. She had committed too many sins in the past. Even if it wasn't out of her heart, she still had a lot of sins. She needed to do more good deeds to make up for her good fortune. She was familiar with the terrain here, so saving the little fatty was no big deal. The accident happened before, so she believed that no one saw her face. Leaving the little fatty in the clinic, she left him some money and asked, "You remember the way home, right? Go home by yourself, I still have something to do." She hurriedly left. The onlookers rolled their eyes. This girl was really heartless. Her little brother was injured, but she left some money and left. The little fatty's eyes flickered. He suddenly shouted, "Sister, I lost my phone." Mo Shwani snorted. She was already far away. "I'll buy you a new one when we get home." She didn't stop from beginning to end and just left. The little fatty's mouth revealed a smile. "Not only did she save my life, she also left me 100 yuan. Humph, this 100 yuan isn't for me to treat my injuries. It's not enough to treat my injuries. This girl just gave me 100 yuan so that I could find a phone to call for help. This also proved that she didn't want to care about this matter at all. But no matter what. The little fatty smacked his lips and sniffed. The cake she brought just now. Strawberry flavor. It's my favorite flavor. Then, as if by magic, he took out his phone. "Come and pick me up." "Fuck, it's just a drill organized by the old man. You guys really shot me. It hurts." In Phoenix City. There were some unfamiliar faces that were searching around. Why did they disappear when they arrived here? They couldn't have died so cleanly in that battle, right? The people from several Stargate sects were all dead. Where did they go? After these people searched the entire Phoenix City, they still didn't want to give up and went to the nearby cities to search. The students were fighting to the death in the arena. Swishiaoduo was sweating profusely in the gravity room alone. Finally, school was over. He squeezed out the last of his strength and crawled out of the gravity room. Then, he lay in the resting room next to the gravity room and felt countless amounts of spiritual energy gushing out from the walls, nourishing his body bit by bit. Then, he opened a cupboard. Inside the cupboard was spiritual water with traces of spiritual energy. As long as one entered the gravity room, they could drink it for free. Swishiaoduo opened 3 bottles in one go and started to gulp them down. This was the rule of the Hidden Dragon High School. Next to the gravity room was the resting room. After training, one could come in to rest. There was a plate of 3 kinds of low-grade spiritual fruits and 6 bottles of spiritual water. When one entered, as long as one stepped on the floor and sensed someone entering, spiritual energy would shoot out from the surrounding walls to help the cultivator recover. This was the treatment of a day's worth of resources. Otherwise, 50 credits per hour would be too expensive for the Hidden Dragon Advanced Martial Arts Academy's credits. With these things, they could more or less make up for the psychological trauma of the students. The impact of spending. Swishiaoduo finished the 6 bottles of spiritual water and the 3 plates of spiritual fruits. His body had almost recovered from the fatigue. He put on his clothes and burped out. It was already afternoon. The red sun was setting in the west, but the sky wasn't completely dark yet. In the distance, the deafening shouts were still coming from the arena. The rumbling sounds of martial artists fighting could still be heard. Xiaoduo's clothes were unbuttoned, and he lazily walked over step by step like he was half dead. Let's just watch the show and wait for the swelling. Let's go home together. Behind him, the teacher in charge of the gravity room arranged for people to enter and clean the room. Then, he went into the resting room to take a look. Looking at the empty plate of fruits, he smacked his lips and said, as expected. This kid really doesn't leave anything behind. Today, there were 2 more. Chapter 500. In the past, only a few students who entered the gravity room drank all the spiritual water. Most of them were too embarrassed to drink it all. After drinking 1 or 2 bottles and eating a few spiritual fruits, they would leave. But this Master Zuo was not like that. Since the first day he came in, not a single drop of the 6 bottles of spiritual water was left. The 3 plates of spiritual fruits, not even the cores were left. Wherever he passed, the sky was truly 3 feet high, and not a single blade of grass was left behind. This character is really desperate to take advantage of others. He would rather die than suffer losses. Teacher, there are faint fist prints in the gravity room, a cleaner came out and reported. Fist prints? The teacher narrowed his eyes. The one who used the gravity room just now was Xiaoduo from grade 1, right? I know. From tomorrow onwards, paste it with a recoverable metal bar. Yes. This kid has been in the gravity room for 20 consecutive days, choosing cultivation methods, swordsmanship, and other things. He used up credits. Just the gravity room alone cost him 10,000 credits. He should not have much left, right? Xiaoduo had leftover spiritual fruit cores in his pocket. Although they were spiritual fruits, the spiritual energy contained in them was average. They were not even as good as the low-grade jade of astral souls, but they tasted good. Xiaoduo kept all the leftover spiritual fruit cores and threw them into the Tower of Annihilation as seeds. The space inside the Tower of Annihilation was really big. It was at least tens of thousands of square meters. During this time, Xiaoduo threw 6 to 7 carts of jade of astral souls powder into the Tower of Annihilation every day. Even though the Tower of Annihilation occupied a large area, the entire space was covered with a layer of astral souls powder. He had already discovered that the green color from before was probably the grass seeds that had been brought in at an unknown time. He also didn't know who had brought them in. After all, there was a lawn outside the villa. When entering the Tower of Annihilation, it was not strange for some grass seeds to be brought in. After the astral souls powder was absorbed by the Tower of Annihilation, it seemed to be nourished. The grass seeds began to germinate and grow slowly. But in the end, there wasn't enough energy. Just by sprouting, a lot of them withered. Therefore, Xiaoduo threw as much astral souls jade powder as possible into it. As long as one went in, they would be absorbed. Although he didn't know where it went, the ground seemed to have softened a little, but there were no other obvious signs. The furthest place, which was the edge of the Tower of Annihilation, was where Xiaoduo had placed most of the jade powder of astral souls. After all, the main purpose of entering this place was to keep the space for cultivation. At the edge, there were already more than a dozen spiritual fruit seeds slowly sprouting. However, all of them were yellow and looked very weak. In view of this, Xiaoduo poured all the astral souls jade powder he had collected over the past few days over here. The most important thing was to see if the plants could grow inside. If he could. Xiaoduo felt that it would be great if he could carry a spiritual fruit garden with him. Where there is a will, there is a way. He could have as much Astral Soul's jade powder as he wanted. Moreover, Boss Sun said that he had already contacted several other schools in Fenghai to collect the Astral Soul's jade powder. If he succeeded, he could add at least 5 to 6 carts a day. This was a big cart, the kind that weighed more than 10 tons. Sua Xiaoduo couldn't help but click his tongue. If he didn't do this, he wouldn't know. Now that he had collected it, he understood how much Astral Soul's jade the entire Fenghai city consumed in a day. Just the powder alone was transported out by dozens of carts. If they were to be restored into Astral Soul's jade, the number would be quite astonishing. Wasn't this demand too great? But how much did the Tower of Annihilation have to accommodate to reach the normal ecological supply? Counting now, there were already hundreds of carts filled. Sua Xiaoduo thought. In front of him, there was already a huge crowd of people. Xiang Chong was standing on a tall stage, swaggering around as he shouted, "Next! Who else? So impressive. I also want to go up. If I become the champion of the arena, or even the champion of the new students, there should be quite a good reward." Sua Xiaoduo was envious. Xiang Chong also saw Sua Xiaoduo coming over. He suddenly stopped shouting and said kindly, "Is there anyone else coming up?" "No more, right? It's already afternoon, school is over. Let's fight again tomorrow." After saying that, he jumped off the arena and ran away without waiting for the crowd's response. Everyone looked at each other. Why did this pretentious guy run away? Not long after, Li Chenglong also left the arena and came over. He went home with Sua Xiaoduo, beaming with joy and bragging along the way. The sect leader was now worthy of his name. His strength was high. The title of the number 1 freshman had already been nailed onto his head. No one could beat him. What about me? Sua Xiaoduo was depressed. You are the top freshman, what about me? You? Li Chenglong smiled. You don't even fight in the arena. The teacher forbids you to go up and participate in the ranking. Shady. This is a complete and utter shady deal. What kind of logic is that? Isn't the Hidden Dragon High martial arts competition supposed to be fair, just, and open? How can you treat me like this? By the way, the teacher only forbade me from fighting in the arena, but he didn't say that I can't participate in the ranking. Sua Xiaoduo jumped 3 feet high. The rules are like this. I don't care about anything else. Li Chenglong was very satisfied. If you have any opinions, go to the teacher. It's fine if you don't go to the principal. Anyway, I can't do anything. If you insist on giving me the title of the top freshman. If you take first place in the freshman competition, I will beat you up 3 times in front of all the freshmen. Sua Xiaoduo said fiercely. Li Chenglong was stunned. I am the top freshman. You beat me up 3 times in a day. Won't I become the biggest joke? Am I shameless? I am the leader. Can't you give me some face? I feel that you can really ask Teacher Wen. Him prohibiting you from participating in the competition is indeed unfair. Even if it's fair to others, it's still unfair to you. It's equivalent to harming your interests one-sidedly. This can't be justified. Swollen's eyes turned. He came up with a plan and sincerely suggested. He tried his best to persuade Sua Xiaoduo to find trouble with Wen Xingtian. Sua Xiaoduo pondered for a long time and didn't make a sound for a long time because he could imagine what Teacher Wen and Principal Yi would say. They would use sincere words to convince him. No matter how unwilling he was, he would still give in. Swollen was very bright. He immediately changed the topic. Sua, have you heard? The school's mission system has been opened in advance. Mission system. What are the details? Li Chenglong took out his mobile phone and logged into the school network. He clicked on the word mission on the screen. There were a few options on the screen. They were Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School Mission, Investigation Department Mission, only open to 3rd and 4th year senior students, Military Mission, only open to 3rd and 4th year senior students, Social Mission, only open to 2nd, 3rd, and 4th year senior students. In addition, there were many other types of missions. However, most of them were in brackets. It was written that they were only open to 2nd year senior students and above. So Xiao Duo looked at it for a long time, and his head was filled with more and more questions. He gloomily closed his phone and said, "What the fuck, did you see that? We don't get any of those lucrative missions at all. If we want to do them, we have to wait at least a year." A year? Thinking of this, Sui Xiaoduo's hair stood on end. A year later, it would be too late. My points are already stretched thin. In at most 20 days, my points will be depleted. Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School is my nemesis. It restrains me in every way. The principal and teacher talk about benevolence, righteousness, and morality, but it's like they're fleecing me. Where's the justice? Oh God, oh Earth, are they trying to play me to death? Do you think it's easy for me? Didn't I just make a few windfalls on Xiao? But it's all within the rules. At most, I'm just stepping on the edge. Do they have to target me like this? What can I get if I only do these first-year missions? Other levels of missions reward elixirs, spirit fruits, weapons, astral souls jade, and even cash. What are these rewards from the school? Credits. My fucking second uncle. Sui Xiaoduo cursed, for example, this flying bear in the nascent soul realm. The inner core reward is 300 credits. The whole bear has to be brought back in one piece. The reward is 1,200 credits. Isn't this bullying? If I sell this bear to a grade 1 of the firmament realm, he should be able to give me a few $100 million in cash, right? This is something that can't be bought even with money. Sui Xiaoduo was angry. Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School only gives 1,200 credits. Bah, they're obviously trying to get rid of a beggar. Li Chenglong snorted, "Don't do it if you have the ability." If I don't do it, how can I cultivate in Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School? Sui Xiaoduo said angrily, "You're just looking at the freshman competition as the champion, and you're already talking like it's easy for you. Think about it, the gravity room, the various facilities, which one doesn't cost credits? You know that too." Li Chenglong mocked, "Do you know how much it costs to build a gravity room? Can you buy such a gravity room with money? Even if you have 100 billion, you can't buy it. You have to use Astral Souls Jade as the currency. Do you know how much Astral Souls Jade costs?" Li Chenglong snorted, "If you use the school's money, won't you give the school some profit? Let you use it for nothing." Sui Xiaoduo snorted and thought, "Do you know how many Astral Souls Jade I gave to Yi Chongqing? Why can't I buy a gravity room? Although it's for me and I gave it willingly, I feel really uncomfortable. Heartache that I just want to make up for my losses. I'll start doing missions tomorrow. Grasshoppers are also meat, so are pigs." He sighed. There weren't many credits left. Now that he had a total of 7,000 academic credits on hand, Sui Xiaoduo felt that he was a pauper. Now, it was only a 100-fold gravity room. In the future, he would have to enter a 1,000-fold gravity room. It was said that a 1,000-fold gravity room would cost 5,000 credits for an hour. That was killing him. The credits he had were enough for 1 day. 2 days wasn't enough. What a huge cup. I'm going to sleep early tonight. Tomorrow, I'll start the finals. I must win the championship. If I can't win without you, it's really unreasonable. Li Chenglong's words angered Sui Xiaoduo so much that he stomped upstairs. Show off my ass. Isn't it just a freshman champion? Do I care? Tomorrow. I've been concentrating on my cultivation these few days. I haven't gone to see Grandma Sher for a few days. I'll go tomorrow after school. I don't want to see you lousy champions and runners-up. A bunch of rookies pecking at each other. Do you think you're so high and mighty? Sui Xiaoduo angrily practiced his hammer for an entire night. Then, he angrily fell asleep. Xiao Long met in his dream as promised. Unfortunately, he was chased away by Sui Xiaoduo before he could say anything. Annoying. This is a dream, a dream, a dream. Xiao Long was sent out of his dream with a dumbfounded expression that, according to human terms, this guy was on his period, wasn't he? Xiao Long left very indignantly. Didn't we talk about it the other day? Today, I wanted to come to a compromise. I can give you some benefits first. In the end, before I could say anything, he chased me away. What did this mean? Was the benefits I prepared not sincere enough? After being chased away, Xiao Long pondered. It could tell that the stinginess of the human in front of it was even greater than itself. Not only would he not wake up early if there were no benefits, he would not be moved unless there were huge benefits. Most importantly, most frighteningly, this fellow seemed to be even more greedy than it was that he just wanted to order that deity, but this guy wanted everything. His greed was insatiable. At most, he was stingy. However, this friend of his called Sui Xiaoduo's thoughts were simply, if he didn't pick it up when he went out, he would lose it. Xiao Long was only worried about one thing now. He could already see that as long as he didn't give anything first, this friend would never give him any benefits first. This was already an undeniable fact. It was the most typical case of not releasing the falcon until he saw the hare. Should I move another 1/3 of the remaining earth veins over to him? Xiao Long counted with his claws. Now that I've moved 1/3 of the remaining earth veins, although it's still somewhat useful to his space, the effect is not obvious. It can only make the seeds germinate, but once they germinate, they will die. There will be no follow-up. But if I move another 1/3 of the earth veins, the effect will naturally increase greatly. But he doesn't know about this. I can't work for nothing. He didn't believe me last time. Am I so untrustworthy? Xiao Long was very melancholy. He was very melancholy about his own credibility, his own capital, and the foreseen losses. After a long time. Finally, it floated away. Sigh, I'll move it over first to show my sincerity. I won't fuse it first. If he doesn't agree, I'll move it away. These don't cost anything. I just need to spend some effort. It won't be a loss. Sui Xiaoduo woke up early in the morning. He didn't even wake Li Chenglong up. He angrily went to school by himself and then plunged into the gravity room. Swollen now, he wasn't cute at all. He wouldn't dual cultivate with him in the future. At least for the next period of time, he had to keep him hanging. He had to make him ignore his feelings and only think about himself. 11:00. He came out on time. He went in at 5:00 in the morning. He had already cultivated for a full 6 hours. Another 300 credits were gone. Sui Xiaoduo recovered for a while and cleaned himself up. Then, he slipped out of the school in a flash. As usual, he bought some food and wine and carried it to Grandma Sher's small courtyard. Sui Xiaoduo is out. He went to buy food. He should go to the old lady's place today. He went there after buying food. Act according to the plan. Seize today's opportunity. Don't miss it. Don't expose it. Understood. Sui Xiaoduo walked for about half of the journey. Suddenly, he felt a little depressed. At first, he thought it was because he didn't participate in the challenge tournament these few days. It was inevitable that he was unhappy. However, after walking for a short distance, he suddenly realized something. This isn't right. I'm actually quite happy that I didn't participate in the challenge tournament. What's going on? Why am I so depressed? He walked a little further and arrived at the area where Grandma Sher's small courtyard was located. Swishaoduo's footsteps became slower and slower. The more he walked, the more suspicious he became. Finally, he stopped. He took out a small mirror and looked at his face. Chapter 501. Swishaoduo's eyes widened. It was actually a disaster aura covering his face, and it seemed to be gathering on its own. What the fuck? Swishaoduo was shocked. Someone wanted to deal with him. But where was the other party? When was it? What was their specific strength? Could he deal with it? Or how much was it over his limit? These details could not be seen. The auxiliary effect of the luck points was useless in observing himself. But there was no feeling of life and death crisis. He should be able to deal with it. Swishaoduo took a deep breath. In front of him was the place where Grandma Sher lived. It was only less than 5 kilometers away. According to Swishaoduo's judgment of Grandma Sher, she was a rare expert. Her strength should be about the same as Teacher Wen's, and not much worse than Principal Ye's. But, should he go or not? The position he was in now could be said to be the most awkward position. It was too far to return to the school, and it was too late to turn back. Moreover, if he turned back rashly, it would arouse the suspicion of the person lying in ambush, and it would lead to a strong attack. It was quite close to Grandma Sher's place. If he used his extreme speed, he could reach it in the blink of an eye. The disaster aura was not very strong. Although it was gathering, it had not condensed into a substance. In other words, the dangerous situation was not real, but it was not necessarily dangerous. Swishaoduo made up his mind and suddenly accelerated. At his highest speed, he rushed out with a whoosh. The 5-kilometer distance was really covered in an instant. In the dilapidated community, the small farmhouses were already in front of him. But just as Swishaoduo approached, he could already smell the strong smell of paint. Looking around, he was immediately furious. Big red slogans were once again painted all over the walls of the courtyards. In the entire residential area, almost every wall facing the outside was covered with big blood-red slogans. Immoral, a beast in human clothing. Scum of the world, a disgrace of martial arts. A beast in human clothing, a stink for 10,000 years. Swishaoduo's expression suddenly changed. It became eerie and terrifying, as gloomy as water. Suddenly, a stench filled the air in front of them. A few young men pinched their noses and walked over with a look of disgust. They were actually carrying a load of dung and were walking towards the alley where Grandma Sher lived. It was easy to imagine what they wanted to do. Swishaoduo watched calmly. As soon as these young men entered, Swishaoduo was about to follow them and take action. Impudent! A furious roar rang out. Suddenly, a few screams sounded one after another. Golden light flashed, and the wind blew like an explosion. The 3 young men, along with the feces bucket, were all sent flying out of the alley. They had just flown out of the alley when they were torn apart in the air. They had actually been killed in one strike. 3 people had died. The 3 heads rolled on the ground continuously. Swishaoduo's expression suddenly changed. It was not a good thing to kill someone in this place. Who knew how many shameless people were staring at them, waiting to hit them when they were down? Swishaoduo did not have time to think and hurriedly rushed forward. Fortunately, Zhou Xiaoduo had the habit of changing his appearance and figure in advance every time he came here. Otherwise, he would not have dared to rush forward. The punishment for cultivators who killed ordinary people in the astral souls was extremely strict. No one dared to cross the line. In fact, this was what gave many ordinary people the courage to brazenly humiliate Vice Principal Shi's widow. He saw a young man in military uniform striding out of the alley, cursing, "You are all ungrateful bastards. How dare you bully the widow of a hero like this? I, Bai Xiangtian, will be the first to not tolerate you." Zhou Xiaoduo looked at this person. His first thought was that there was something wrong. This person looked righteous. He was tall and sturdy. His words seemed to be filled with righteousness, but his attacks were so ruthless. For so many years, this kind of thing had happened countless times, but when had he ever killed an ordinary person? This was the bottom line. Moreover, he killed so brazenly. It was as if he wanted nothing to happen. He instinctively looked at this person's face. However, as far as he could see, the person's face was blurry. It was obvious that this person had disguised himself. However, he could still see the murderous aura between his brows. More importantly, it was evil. Zhou Xiaoduo focused his mind and focused on the person's aura. He could not see anything wrong with this person's aura. There was a slight deviation, but he could not tell if this person was from the astral souls or from the Umno Alliance. Legend had it that when a Qi reader reached a certain level, he could see the essence of a person's aura at a glance. He could tell if the person was from the Umno Alliance or from the astral souls. Legend had it that the commander of the Middle East could do this. Zhou Xiaoduo's understanding of the Umno Alliance was still limited. He had not seen many people from the Umno Alliance. It was even more ridiculous than a joke that he could tell. However, Zhou Xiaoduo was not left empty-handed. At the very least, he could see that this person's body was abnormal. Although he was wearing a Yanwu military uniform, his gait was like a dragon or a tiger, giving off a dignified feeling. However, Zhou Xiaoduo could not feel any sense of security from this person. All he could feel was a murderous aura. In the next moment, the person's gaze landed on Zhou Xiaoduo. He shouted angrily, "You deserve to die for bullying the widow of a martyr." He struck out a palm towards Chu Yang's chest without distinguishing between right and wrong. A sharp sound of wind breaking could be heard. Zhou Xiaoduo's heart skipped a beat. He raised his hand and struck out with a bang. Both of their palms collided with each other. Both of their bodies swayed. The young man in the military uniform looked surprised. This brat's strength was really impressive. He could actually block a palm strike with 30% of his cultivation. "You're a martial artist. All the more you shouldn't bully the widow of a martyr." The young man in the military uniform roared angrily. He rushed forward again. His body leaped into the air. His palms felt like they could split mountains. They were full of murderous intent. Zhou Xiaoduo's mind raced. He had an extremely intense thought. What was going on? It was impossible for Grandma Shi not to know about such an unforeseen event. However, she did not come out. Perhaps she was not willing to come out at this time. She did not want to face it. However, if this was the case, the other party's plan would succeed. The other party's target was him. Seeing that the young man in the military uniform was full of murderous intent and his attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer, Zhou Xiaoduo fought and retreated. He tried his best to dodge. However, his mind was slowly coming to a conclusion. The slogans all over the street were strange. He and Li Chenglong had never stopped monitoring the phone of the director who was threatened by him. However, there was no news from him. In fact, it was not just the director. He had been monitoring the communications of the entire community and the daily life of the community. He hoped to get some useful information. However, he never got any. During this period, Swixiao Duo did not notice anything unusual. There were no strangers coming in either. Then, the only possibility was that when he left the school, went to buy groceries, and then came to Grandma Sher's house, someone took the opportunity to set up a trap. The target was really him. However, such slogans and hiring people to set off the incident at the right time. It was impossible for an ordinary person with ordinary strength to do so in such a short period of time. Especially the arrival of the man in the military uniform was even more strange. After such a long period of contact, Swixiao Duo knew very well that Grandma Sher never allowed Vice Principal Sher's former students to visit, let alone kill. Just now, he suddenly came out from the alley. This was even more strange. Also, with his cultivation and strength, and the distance that the three young men were thrown out, it proved that this person was a master of a certain level. However, if the distance was further, he could not have done it. Therefore, he did not come from Grandma Sher's house. The distance between the entrance of the alley and Grandma Sher's house was more than 70 meters. 3 ordinary people carried feces into the alley for 3 seconds. At most, they could only walk 2 to 3 meters before being sent flying. This person, the furthest he could have been from was 5 to 8 meters away. Only then could he have caused such an effect. In other words, the position where he attacked was at least 50 meters away from Grandma Sher's house. Putting all the clues together, these people are here for me. Their real target is me, and only me. This was a deliberate ambush. Swixiao Duo immediately thought of the disaster aura on his face. Instantly, he understood everything. It seems that someone has been watching me all this time. This period of peace in Hidden Dragon was not because my opponents did not want to cause trouble, but because I was exposed. Based on what happened before, they came to a conclusion. If they did not get rid of me, they would be exposed by my physiognomy at any time when they wanted to cause trouble. Therefore, their first target now fell on me. They have been monitoring my whereabouts all this time. It's just that they did not have a suitable opportunity before. Even coming to Grandma Sher's house was not a good opportunity to make a move. They would have to risk being killed by Grandma Sher. However, my daily routine was too monotonous. There was almost no chance to make a move. Only when I came to Grandma Sher's house, there was a slight gap to exploit. Today, when I left the school, I went straight to the market to buy groceries. They knew what I was going to do, so they prepared in advance. They arranged for people to come and paint slogans. When I came, they hired 3 ordinary young men to throw feces. Then, they rushed out to kill me in righteous indignation. Coincidentally, they met me. Killing me as an ordinary person who harmed a loyal person was logical. Even if someone investigated, it would just be an accidental killing. Once they left, it would be like a stone sinking into the sea. This is the trap. What a scheming and vicious person. Grandma Sher has seen many of these slogans and has long turned a deaf ear to them. Her spiritual sense is also slightly blocked because of this. As a result, Grandma Sher rarely hears about the fight outside. Even if she hears it, she will ignore it. She will even mistakenly think that these people are avenging her. Therefore, they have enough leeway to kill me here. Swixiao Duo was extremely smart and had the help of physiognomy. In an instant, he figured everything out. The young man in military uniform opposite him had reached the level of nascent soul. His palms caused the space to roar. However, Swixiao Duo tried his best to dodge. He was walking on the edge of life and death, but he was still able to protect himself. At this time, several men in military uniforms descended from the sky. One of them pretended to ask, "What's going on?" The man in military uniform shouted, "What are you asking? Let's kill this man first." Okay. The four men in military uniform attacked at the same time. Boom. Shuo Duo was hit and flew out. He crashed into a white wall with slogans written on it and wiped it with his hand. Both his hands were blood red and the pungent smell of paint rushed to his head. Sure enough, it was not long ago. He was not killed yet. Just as expected. With a loud bang, Shuo Duo crashed into the wall on the other side. The five men in military uniform did not hesitate at all. They chased after him like the god of death, and their killing intent was even more intense. Hong Long, the entire house collapsed, the residents inside screamed and screamed in terror. Shuo's heart was as hard as iron. He had no scruples. He seized the chance to live and did not care about anything else. Shuo Duo had long found the residents of this area an eyesore. Bullying a heroic and lonely old lady seemed to have become a daily pastime for these ordinary people. I can't kill you. But they can. Boom. Shuo Duo was hit again and knocked over half of the house. In the midst of the dust, he rolled and crawled out from the other side. Although he was in a sorry state, his escape speed was still very fast. The five of them were even more unscrupulous than Shuo Duo. They continued to chase after Shuo Duo, causing the houses to collapse. There were even a few palm attacks that seemed to be threatening. If Shuo Duo cared about the residents around him, he would immediately be surrounded and killed. But why would Shuo Duo care? He just felt that it was a pity. He should have read the fortune of these five people first and judged that they were going to die. But now, there was no chance. With a loud bang, the roof of the director's house flew up into the sky. Shuo Duo screamed and crashed out from the other side. Boom. Another wall collapsed. In less than a minute, 17 to 18 houses had been destroyed by Shuo's serial killer palm. However, the five men behind him were getting more and more anxious. How could this brat be so slippery? Five nascent soul experts had joined forces to besiege a brat who had just advanced to the embryonic breathing realm, yet he had managed to escape. The Empire had regulations that forbade anyone from harming ordinary people. We were unscrupulous in order to achieve our goals, but how could this brat be so unscrupulous? Shouldn't you be protecting the ordinary people? You are actually having more fun than us. Of course, Shuo Duo didn't have any scruples. You are chasing after me without any scruples. What can I, a mere embryonic breathing realm cultivator, do? When faced with your pursuit, I only care about escaping. Isn't that normal? Isn't it right to crash and destroy a few houses? I can't kill these bastards here, but I can make them poor and destitute. If I accidentally kill a few of them, that would be even better. It would be even more satisfying. Each of them is enjoying the peaceful days that heroes fought for with their lives, but they are doing heartless things like harming the families of heroes. I can't kill such people. Since that's the case, each of you can go and fix the houses. Shuo Duo dashed left and right. His body was as fast as lightning. It seemed like he was on the brink of death, but he always managed to escape in the nick of time. Bang, bang, bang. The houses collapsed one after another. 8,400 today. Looking for a few recommendation tickets. Chapter 502. Countless residents were trembling in the ruins. Was this the end of the world? Was this the power of a martial artist? Was he just running back and forth, smashing our houses into pieces with his flesh and blood? But why was he running back and forth, especially toward our walls? 70 to 80% of the houses in this area had collapsed, and there were less than 1 out of 10 survivors. Shuo Duo suddenly rose into the air amidst the dust. With a wave of his hand, the sky was filled with flowers and gold coins. 20 to 30 small gourds floated silently in the smoke. The 5 of them split into 5 different directions, breaking into the smoke and starting the siege again. But, bang, bang, bang. A series of crisp explosions rang out incessantly. The 5 of them shouted angrily at the same time, "Despicable and shameless people, how dare you use hidden weapons?" One of them had blood all over his face, and he looked ferocious. He was hit by a small gourd that Swaxiaoduo poured all his strength into. The small gourd contained scorching spiritual energy, and it pierced through his defensive spiritual energy. Although he tilted his head in time to avoid being hit in the eyes, half of his ear was still hit. The man was ashamed and angry, and his killing intent grew stronger. When he was about to rush forward, he heard the sound of wind breaking behind his head. The small gourd flew back at an even faster speed, and hit the back of his head with a bang. This hit was so direct that it made him dizzy and he almost fell to the ground. It was just a small white jade gourd, but it had almost pierced through his head. Although it did not directly penetrate his brain, it still made a bloody hole at the back of his head. Blood gushed out like a child's pee. The injured man was shocked and angry at the same time. He did not expect Swaxiaoduo to be so powerful in actual combat. In front of them, Swaxiaoduo saw that the destruction was almost done, and he began to throw the hidden weapons in his hands one by one. Trapped in the dust, the 5 of them dodged in a sorry state. But at this moment, one was in the dark while the other was in the open. How could they dodge Swaxiaoduo's hidden weapons? In just a moment, everyone was injured. Then, sword light flashed again, and the stars twinkled. Swaxiaoduo did not plan to escape. Through the exchange of blows just now, he was already certain in his heart. They were just 5 ordinary soul transformation cultivators. With his current cultivation and strength, it was more than enough to take him down. Humph. Swaxiaoduo did not want to expose his identity. Once he did, it would inevitably bring trouble to Grandmaster. Moreover, Grandmaster was nearby. If his life was in danger, he only needed to expose his identity and shout, and Grandmaster would rush over. No matter how these people pretended, Grandmaster wouldn't believe them. But that step, if he could avoid it, he should avoid it. If it wasn't for his premonition, Swaxiaoduo would have warned Grandmaster at the first moment and asked for help. The house was almost completely demolished. Umno Alliance spies. Swaxiaoduo shouted, "How dare you lay your hands on the ordinary citizens of the Yanwu Empire? You deserve to die. All of them deserve to die. They had to stand on the moral high ground. How dare you destroy our people's houses? You are the Umno Alliance spies." Someone on the other side scolded fiercely. "You are a group of Umno Alliance spies. Don't think that wearing our empire's military uniform can hide your Umno Alliance aura." Swaxiaoduo stepped forward bravely. "Everyone, listen up. Stay in your houses and don't move. Wait for me to capture these 5 Umno Alliance spies. Everyone, don't move. We are capturing the Umno Alliance spies." The 5 people on the other side were also alert. They reacted instantly and shouted in unison. In the void, Grandmaster's body was wrapped in clouds as she watched the 6 people fighting below. She watched as the stubborn figure charged left and right. He charged into one house after another and basically destroyed all the houses in the village. Only then did he start his sharp counterattack. He spoke righteously and attacked at the same time. It was obvious that he had the situation in his hands. Grandmaster's eyes flashed with heartfelt warmth. "It was this little monkey. When you came closer, I recognized your footsteps." She saw everything that Swaxiaoduo did. Naturally, she also knew what Swaxiaoduo was thinking. At this moment, he still wanted to vent his anger for her and didn't want to implicate her. He would rather face 5 strong enemies alone. He was practically gambling with his life. Sure, this little monkey's temperament is really not bad. It's just that his temperament is completely different from ordinary heroes. He isn't taking revenge on a whim. He is going to the extreme in everything he does. Grandma Shirt silently said in her heart, "This child is really good. I like him." Xiao Duo naturally didn't know that Grandma Shirt was already in midair. However, he didn't want to delay any longer. The only question was, should he use a sword or a hammer? He only thought for 1,000th of a second before he took out his sword. Without any hesitation, a burst of sword light suddenly exploded in midair. The starry sky suddenly filled the sky. The star steps reached the extreme in an instant. Drizzle sword, rainstorm sword. Almost in an instant, he used all his strength to display all his superb sword techniques. In an instant, the sky changed color. The dense rain and fog shrouded an area of 1,000 feet with a swoosh. The sword lights and sword energies crisscrossed in the air. The small raindrops formed by the sword lights were like bullets flashing in a 3D movie. They fell down in a dense manner. The hidden heat of the evaporation instantly dried all the plants within a radius of a few thousand feet. Puff, puff, puff. The 5 people roared at the same time, desperately defending and attacking. However, all their struggles were to no avail. With Xiaoduo's full-strength attack after his breakthrough, every sword attack was the maximum explosion of the Flaming Sun Sutra. Once the sword energy of the cat spirit sword exploded, it would turn into surging magma. The area covered by the sword energy had been completely burned into a vacuum. A series of horrible shrieks sounded. The 5 people flew out like 5 kites with broken strings. They were full of regret. This was Xiaoduo, a new hidden dragon student. A practitioner who had just advanced to the embryonic breathing realm. Why was he so strong? Thin lines of blood spurted out from the 5 people's bodies. Just as they spurted out, they turned into wisps of black smoke in the air, burned into gas by the Flaming Sun Sutra. Boom! The 5 people fell heavily on the ground at the same time. 5 puddles of blood appeared on the ground. However, they couldn't care less about the pain in their bodies. They jumped up and ran. Since they couldn't do it, running for their lives was the most important thing. However, Xiaoduo behind them waved his hand. Strings of shiny hidden weapons were already shooting towards them like raindrops. 2 of them had just jumped up. However, when they took a step forward, they realized that one of their legs was still on the ground, that it had been cut off by the sword energy attack just now. Not only that, at the place where they had fallen, there were pieces of ears, fingers, an arm, and 2 feet connected to the ankle. In an instant, horrible shrieks shook the heavens and the earth. This wave of hidden weapons didn't go to waste. They all drilled into the flesh of the 5 people's wounds. Then, they turned left and right in the flesh. Finally, with a boom, they exploded in the flesh. Clouds of blood mist flew out from these people's bodies violently. 2 of the people's eyes were directly blown into bloody holes in the explosion. 5 bodies that were like gunny sacks fell to the ground. Xiaoduo's body flew down. The first thing he did was to dislocate the jaws of the 5 people. Then, with 5 consecutive slashes, he pierced their dantians. Then, he raised his long sword and used it as a chopping knife. Caw caw caw. Just like chopping pork ribs, he chopped off all the legs of the 5 people. Then, he started to save the dying and heal the injured. These people couldn't die. They were all clues. Stopping the bleeding, cutting off the meridians, applying medicine. This series of actions was extremely practiced. It was as if he was very familiar with it. Finally, with each kick, he kicked the 5 blood gourds into a pile. Then, he picked up the phone and called Wen Xingtian. Teacher Wen, help. Someone wants to assassinate me. He's at Grandma Shi's place. Fuck. Wen Xingtian, who was in the middle of a meeting, didn't even have time to identify the direction. With a boom, he directly crashed a big hole in the wall and directly rushed out. Before the dust could even rise, Wen Xingtian's shadow had already disappeared. It seemed that Sui Xiaoduo's method of crashing through walls was actually inherited from this technique. Indeed, a great teacher produces a great student. Fuck. Xiang Kuangren cursed, but also rushed out. Seeing Sui Xiaoduo's fierce operation and the score was 0-5 in an instant, Grandma Shi was completely relieved. This little monkey basically didn't need anyone to teach him what to do. Soon after, he quietly returned to his own small courtyard. When she was in mid-air, she looked at the ruins of the village. Countless people were wailing and trembling in the ruins. Grandma Shi's eyes were cold. She felt an inexplicable comfort in her heart. It was as if the pent-up anger of many years had suddenly dissipated by a lot. Her original resentful thoughts of, wait for me to clear my name and kill the whole village with one slap, had unknowingly dissipated by a lot. With this child here, I suddenly feel that this world is still worth protecting. Grandma Shi poured a cup of tea for herself. Her expression was much gentler, and was no longer filled with dead silence like before. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, his actions are extreme. He only wants his own thoughts to be clear when he does things. But I like him very much, old man. Although you've trained many killing machines in battle formations, you don't have the ability to teach such a student, right? With a boom, Wen Xingtian landed like an intercontinental missile. The ground rumbled as he smashed, and the foundations of many houses shook. He jumped in mid-air and landed again. There were only a dozen houses that Sui Xiaoduo didn't manage to destroy in time, but they all collapsed with a crash. Sui Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Why do I feel that Teacher Wen is purely harboring evil intentions and wants to demolish this place? That even if I didn't destroy so many houses before, when Teacher Wen lands this time, I estimate that more than half of them will collapse. Chapter 503. Then, Xiang Kuangren also landed like a cannonball. The ground shook again. As far as the eye could see, other than Grandma Shi's house, there were no other buildings that were still intact. When Xingtian saw Sui Xiaoduo, who had recovered his appearance, and hurried over. What happened? I came to see Grandma Shi. She was ambushed by these people. Sui Xiaoduo told him about the whole thing, and then told him about his guesses and conjectures. When Xingtian's face immediately became serious. They're not dead, right? They're not dead. But they're all crippled. They're all nascent soul cultivators. Just in case, I crippled their cultivation. Sui Xiaoduo grinned. Good job. Wen Xingtian praised. He liked it the most. It was easier to interrogate when there was no hope. I'll take them all back. Okay, but here. The ordinary people's houses are badly damaged. Sui Xiaoduo said worriedly, what should we do? When Xingtian sighed and said, the hateful Umno Alliance spies sneaked into the continent of astral souls and destroyed so many ordinary people's houses. They're really abominable. But don't worry, I'll inform Star Shield to do the statistics, and then the governor's office will come and settle them down. Okay. Sui Xiaoduo suggested, but now, Grandma Shi is still here, so it's a little inappropriate. Everyone's houses have collapsed. Only Grandma Shi's house didn't. Xiang Kuangren said gruffly, what are you trying to say? Sui Xiaoduo was confused. What can I say? Xiang Quangren said angrily, what are you trying to do? Just say it. Sua Xiaoduo said, actually, I was thinking. My villa is so spacious, and it's just me and Li Changlong. It's too empty. Why don't we? Wen Xingtian frowned and said, I'm afraid Mrs. Shi won't leave this house. Your intentions. Sua Xiaoduo knew what he meant and said, my courtyard. It's a few acres of empty space. Wen Xingtian said, you mean? Sua Xiaoduo sighed, speechless. I wanted you to say it out loud, but you didn't. You were beating around the bush to make me say it that I've never seen such an irresponsible teacher. What I mean is, we can move this small courtyard. Move over there. It seems quite difficult, right? Sua Xiaoduo said cutely. It's not hard at all. Yi Chongqing also came and tried to persuade Madame Shi to move. He had already done so countless times. Xingtian. And Madame. Would it's possible? Would it successful? To everyone's surprise, it didn't take much persuasion this time. Grandma Shi agreed very quickly. Even Yi Chongqing was overjoyed by the result. Although it was a big surprise, the sense of relief in his heart was real and not fake at all. I live here because the Shi family's ancestral home is here. I just don't want to move. If old Shi was still alive, he would have been disappointed in his neighborhood and ancestral home. He wouldn't have let me suffer like this. He's dead. I've watched over him for so long. It's enough. Sua Xiaoduo comes every day. At first, I chased him away, but he still doesn't care about his reputation. He comes again and again, no matter how much I scold and beat him. Until now. Now, I'm still a distance away from the school. If the children want to see me, this distance is enough to cause them to lose their lives. Of course, I have to leave. No matter what, I can't be the bait for them to kill the children. Grandma Shi said lightly, the children are young and have many advantages. At the very least, they don't care about their reputation so much. They're not like some big shots who don't even come to the door after being scolded by me. In this world, the older you get, the more you care about your reputation. But you don't know that your reputation is long gone. Yi Chongqing, Xiang Quangren, Wen Xingtian, and the others were scolded until their faces turned green. They were embarrassed and kept quiet. Grandma Shi didn't say anything too outrageous. She just snorted and stopped talking. Yi Chongqing hurriedly arranged for the moving. But in the process of moving, there was an accident. Countless villagers walked out from the ruins. Seeing that everyone was moving, they suddenly asked in unison, can we not move? Sua Xiaoduo said impatiently, why? Didn't you all dislike Grandma Shi for a long time? If she moves away, won't you all be satisfied? If she moves away. Our compensation. These houses. The government's compensation. I'm afraid. It'll be a long time before the day comes. An old man stammered. He was very ashamed and didn't dare to look at the crowd. He said in a low voice. Oh. Sua Xiaoduo said with interest, oh, I don't quite understand. What you mean is, if Grandma Shi still lives here, you can benefit from it. Because the hero's family lives here, you can get compensation as soon as possible. Is that what you mean? Did I get it wrong? All the villagers lowered their heads in shame. Although they didn't answer, it was no doubt a tacit agreement. This was also the reality. In other words, you all know. What kind of person Grandma Shi's husband is. Sua Xiaoduo suddenly wanted to kill someone, you all know. That this is the hero's family that has been receiving long-term compensation from the government. Still, no one said a word. I see. Then I'll ask one more question. What do you all do on a daily basis? Don't ask about her well-being or greet her when she's met. Just say, is there anyone in your family who hasn't said anything bad about Principal Shi? Xiaoduo's voice was hoarse as he asked sternly. Still, no one said a word. It was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. What are you talking about? Start moving. Yi Changqing waved his hand coldly. Please don't move. Several old men suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Grandma Shi. Please don't move. Stay here and continue to be persecuted by you. Xiaoduo snorted coldly, his hands and feet moving even faster. Yi Changqing ignored those people and looked around the small courtyard. He said, don't move. First, use your true essence to solidify the foundation. Then, I'll lock the upper and lower space and 3 feet underground. Let's move the whole house there. Okay, understood. Under the stunned gaze of Xiaoduo, Yi Changqing and the other 2 people shouted and moved Grandma Shi's small courtyard in a few moves. Yi Changqing sat on the roof and sealed the space with his vigorous true qi. Nothing in the small courtyard, not even a grain of soil, would fall. Xiang Guangren went downstairs and held the courtyard with one hand. He rose into the air and flew out. In short, they had used such a shocking method to move the entire courtyard away. Xiaoduo, who thought that a lot of people would be needed to move the house and was eager to help, was stunned on the spot. He originally wanted to call people to help him. In his plan, there were people who would move furniture, books, and now, it seemed that he was a country bumpkin. Just like that, Principal Yi used his hand to swipe across the square and carried the foundation away. The extra when Xingtian brought the 5 people who had been beaten up by Xiaoduo and disappeared in an instant. These 5 people were all treasures and had to be taken care of carefully. Moving the small courtyard didn't require 3 experts to work together. That would be too much of a fuss. Seeing that everyone had left, Grandma Shi turned around. With a bang, her finger hit Xiaoduo's head solidly. Ah! Xiaoduo covered his head and was stunned. His eyes were full of confusion. Why didn't you ask for help? Grandma Shi looked at him sternly. Obviously, once you shouted, help would have come. Why are you, a Shao in the embryonic breathing realm, thinking so much? Yes, you can win, but your true strength of being able to fight above your level will be exposed after today, won't it? Xiaoduo touched his head. Hee hee. I'm not afraid. Afraid that I'll be upset. Grandma Shi hit his head again with her finger and said, you little monkey, you are too scheming and think too much. Xiaoduo cried out in pain again. Grandma Shi's finger was like a steel bar, hitting his scalp until it made a loud sound. The pain seemed to be magnified, making him extremely uncomfortable. However, after 2 knocks, Xiaoduo was in so much pain that tears almost flowed out. He hurriedly begged for mercy, Grandma Shi, I won't dare to do it again. Xiaoduo was a professional when it came to admitting his fear. His teary, guilty, and sincere expression of admitting his mistake could definitely make any strict teacher or parent feel his sincerity. Grandma Shi was indeed fooled. She snorted softly, it's good that you know your mistake. Immediately, she strode forward, her speed neither fast nor slow. Xiaoduo hurriedly followed behind like a lackey. Along the way, he asked about her well-being and was very attentive. Behind him, only the villagers with complicated and uncomfortable expressions were left. They looked on helplessly as Grandma Shi left. All that was left behind was a huge square pit. Whether it was Yi Changqing, Grandma Shi, or the others, during the entire process of moving, they didn't look at these people again. The affection of the ancestral home had long been completely wiped out by the persecution of conscience. Not a single drop was left. After this time, it was completely severed, and there was no more affection. Sua Xiao Duo and Grandma Shi chatted and laughed as they left, not looking back. That kind of silent indifference immediately made these people feel cold all over, and they trembled with fear. Basically, everyone who lived in this area knew that this old lady was an expert, a super expert. However, everyone also knew that this super expert would never make a move. The main reason why she wouldn't make a move was because this was the ancestral home of Headmaster Shi. Everyone in the village was a neighbor. Everyone also knew that this old lady's husband was wrongly accused. However, this didn't stop them from deliberately saying some things to provoke the other party, and deliberately doing some things to disgust the other party. The pleasure of humiliating the strong person in the clouds, the feeling of "Aren't you awesome? How did you die? Aren't you the high and mighty headmaster? Aren't you someone that no one dares to provoke? Why are you like this now? Back then, when I begged you to open the back door for my child to enter the school, you said that my child didn't have the qualifications, and you weren't willing. What about now? Aren't you still dead? When alive, you were above us. When dead, your reputation is so bad, and you still want us to continue worshipping you. Who do you think you are? Leaving behind a widow, do you still want us to treat her like a grandma? What's wrong with bullying her? This kind of dark and twisted mentality, they didn't know where it came from, but it was real. Now that the other party was about to leave, they just remembered that if this old lady wasn't here, the losses caused by this incident, the compensation, the subsidies, wouldn't know when they would come. If the old lady was still here, these compensations, these new houses, they would all be in place very quickly. Perhaps it would be tomorrow, but in short, it would be very soon. This was without a doubt. But now, the old lady was gone, and she took the ancestral home with her, never to return. This meant that those compensations and subsidies would still come, but it wouldn't be very fast, and it wouldn't be sufficient. This was also without a doubt. Because they no longer had the right to get people to come immediately. The hero had gone far away, and would no longer protect them. When the hero's widow left, she didn't even turn back to look. It was said that when killing enemies on the battlefield, one had to turn back to take a look after killing the enemy. After the battle, one had to collect the corpse. But now, the old lady of the Shi family didn't even look at them. In fact, they were worse than corpses. In the sunset, everyone watched in a daze as the old and the young stepped on the setting sun and slowly left. Boundless regret was like the boundless darkness that was about to come, devouring everything. I don't know who said that a country needs heroes, because when everyone respects heroes, there will be more people who want to be heroes. However, when the people of this country didn't respect heroes, and even trampled on and suspected the former heroes, heroes would no longer exist. If the heroic souls had spirits, the human world that they had once risked their lives to protect would become like this. Then, the heroic souls would also be far away. When a hero was bitterly disappointed, no one would want to be a hero. Therefore, there would be no more heroes in this world. Lu Xun had once said, "This world needs war." After too long of peace, there would always be many complicated things that replaced the respect and reverence in people's hearts. Therefore, the consequences of too long of peace were corruption and moral decay. Update complete. This chapter is clearly a chapter to vent my anger, but I wrote it with a heavy heart. Chapter 504. Sua Xiao Duo was overjoyed. Granny Shi had moved over. Sighed, they would be living in the same courtyard from now on. This was equivalent to having a super bodyguard protecting him. His sense of security instantly exploded. Although Principal Yi could also provide protection, the principal was still very busy after all. Teacher Wen would beat him up if he glared at him. Besides, Granny Shi was the one who was worried about staying here alone. Now that she had moved over, she felt more at ease. It was easy to overthink when she was alone. If she couldn't take it anymore, wouldn't it be terrible if there was no one around? In the villa, Swishoutwa's courtyard was really a few acres of land. The villa was right in the middle. Granny Shi was unwilling to move into the villa. She only wanted to live in her original small courtyard. After some discussion, they arranged the villas side by side, leaving a distance of more than 10 meters in the middle, and placed Granny Shi's small courtyard there. Moreover, they increased the height of the small courtyard a little. The height was not very obvious. They also added a gentle slope that extended all the way to the door and the steps. Enchanting and the others were especially meticulous. Every detail was done as well as possible. They were even discussing how to use streamlines and curves to make the lawn look as flat as possible. Putting an old courtyard and a villa together, trying not to make the difference too big and the difference in quality. This was not an easy task. Granny Shi did not care about this at all. She completely let them do whatever they wanted. She found a chair in Swishoutwa's courtyard and sat down to take a nap. In the end, Enchanting and the others made Granny Shi's small courtyard look even more classy than the single-family villa here. The winding path led to a secluded place. Stone slabs were laid on the green grass. There were also many green bamboos in the surroundings. The bamboos extended all the way, getting shorter and shorter. And then connected to this side. There were countless bamboos around the small courtyard, covering the modeled courtyard walls. Only a corner of the eaves could be seen. Enchanting and Xiang Quangren didn't even care about the 5 captives that Wen Xingtian had brought back. They were fully focused on their work here. From time to time, they would fly a little further away to check if there was anything else that was out of place. Their bodies, hands, and faces were all covered in mud. From time to time, they would gather together to discuss and point at each other. Then, they would start working again. In the end, he still felt that it was inappropriate and uncoordinated, so he decided to consult Swishout Duo, the feng shui master. After receiving guidance, he directly dug a pit in the west side of the courtyard, solidified the bottom and the surroundings, and instantly built a fish pond. Xiang Quangren flew out as well. In just a short while, he had moved a rockery and a pavilion with one hand. Then, he held a huge plastic bag with his other hand. Inside, there were many beautiful fish of various colors. Finally, he moved a small bamboo forest around the fish pond. Sparse shadows slanted. The sun was already setting in the west. In the small courtyard, the door to the room was open. Vice Principal Shi, dressed in martial attire, sat with his hand on his sword as he silently watched his 2 old brothers working for his family. They were busy and covered in mud. They discussed, argued, moved, and built. That kind of seriousness, that kind of effort, that kind of precision, that kind of detail, that kind of perfection, 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 that kind of perfection. Vice Principal Shi's serious face seemed to have a hint of gentleness. Finally, it was done. Enchanting and Xiang Quangren looked left, right, front, and back, and looked around to make sure that there were no more mistakes. Their faces were full of joy and comfort. Grandma Shi, who had been sitting on the chair, finally woke up from her nap. She looked over with a blank expression and suddenly said, "Today is the day that old Shi and I move into a new house. I'm going out to buy some food. Do you want to come and drink some wine?" Her voice was very flat, and there was a hint of disdain in her tone. Enchanting and Xiang Quangren were stunned. The 2 of them seemed to have misheard and asked in unison, "Really?" Grandma Shi said impatiently, "Just say that you're not coming." "Come." Enchanting was such a calm person, but his eyes turned red in an instant. Xiang Kuangren's tears even fell. Ever since Vice Principal Shi's death, it was rare for people to come to this small courtyard, especially the few of them. Today, they actually received such an invitation. The two of them were so surprised that they almost thought that they were dreaming. Tonight, my brother and I will drink until we're drunk. Yi Changqing's voice was hoarse. He laughed, but his voice was already trembling. That night, Yi Changqing, Xiang Kuangren, Wen Xingtian, and a few other hidden dragon teachers came. Everyone drank in the small courtyard, laughing and chatting merrily until the latter half of the night. Everyone was dead drunk. When Shi Yunfeng was still around, everyone was like this. They often drank in the small courtyard. They drank when they were happy, when they were depressed, when they were angry, when they were bored, when it was raining, when it was snowing, and when it was snowing, they drank. Now, it was still the same small courtyard, but there was one less person. At first, the 10 or so people were still joking and trying not to talk about sad topics. However, later on, they could not help but raise their wine cups and drink with Shi Yunfeng in the portrait. Their voices started to tremble as they spoke. Brothers died, a cup of wine for 20 years. A few people raised their cups in the courtyard, and one person sat in front of the portrait. 16 brothers in life and death, rising and falling in the world of yin and yang. I still remember when Yunfeng was still around, lightning struck across the sky and cut off his soul. We held together on the battlefield, sacrificing ourselves for 2,000 years. We waved the golden sword in front of the sun and moon pass, raising our children and grandchildren. We spend our lives working for the country and the people, and our reputations are glorious. 20 years later, we toast our brothers, and we drink until our souls are broken. We dream of this day, choked in our throats, unable to speak. Yi Changqing let out a long sigh. Yunfeng, you've been wronged. Big brother, I'm sorry. Suddenly, tears streamed down his face. He raised his head to drink, but his breath was unstable, and he choked. In the portrait, a Vice Principal Shi sat with his hand on his sword. His gaze was gentle, and a breeze blew, flipping the portrait slightly. He seemed to be drinking with his brothers. Grandma Shi kept cooking, and when it got cold, she would take it back to heat it up. In the end, Xiang Kuangren burst into tears. He lay on the ground and cried, and no one could pull him up. He hammered the ground with his fists and cried, but he refused to say what he was crying about. Wen Xingtian, on the other hand, remained seated and did not say a word. He drank one cup of wine after another. When others drank, their faces would turn red. However, Wen Xingtian was different. After drinking, his face would turn green. The more he drank, the greener he got. The greener he got, the more he drank. He sat upright and downed all the wine that came his way. In the darkness of the night, his ashen face, coupled with his increasingly sharp eyes, were like two sharp swords that swept in all directions. Sword chi overflowed. As far as the eye could see, bamboo leaves in the bamboo forest fell without any wind. The morning breeze was mighty, and it blew across the world. The night of drinking finally came to an end. Cui Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were not qualified to sit in this drinking party. They were busy, playing the role of housewives, and even tidying up the messy dining table. The scene. Every place was clean and spotless. From the very beginning of the drinking session, Yi Changqing had given strict orders. I don't care what your kennels are like, but this little courtyard has to be clean and tidy at all times. If there is even the slightest mistake, heh. The threat in his words was not concealed at all. Naturally, the two of them trembled like cicadas in winter. Yi Changqing and the others had gone back long ago. At this moment, only Wen Xingtian was left, and he did not leave. He sat upright, with a wine jar in one hand and a wine bowl in the other. He poured a bowl of wine, raised it forward, and said, "Fifth brother Shi, please." Then he drank it in one gulp. Then he paused, as if thinking about something. After a few minutes, he poured another bowl and drank it in one gulp. After everyone had left, another 8 or 9 jars of wine were piled up beside Wenxingtian. The more he drank, the greener his face became, and the more he drank, the fiercer his eyes became. Sua Xiaoduo looked at him, and the fear in his heart kept rising. He did not even dare to go forward to persuade him. Wenxingtian sat there, like a sharp sword that shocked the world, and the light shone in all directions. Evil spirit rushed to the sky, and killing intent filled the sky. A ray of sword qi rushed to the sky, shining brightly in the sky above Fenghai, and the light shone in all directions. This night, just this ray of sword qi was enough to make the hearts of countless experts in Fenghai City tremble, and they did not dare to breathe. Grandma Shi appeared at the door. Looking at Wenxingtian sitting upright, she could not help but shake her head, sighed, and said lightly, 100,000 massacre. Why, are you resigning? Are you quitting? Hearing this, Wenxingtian's body trembled, and the look in his eyes suddenly changed, as if he was alert in an instant, and his mind returned. Grandma Shi sighed, go back to class, your students are still waiting for you. Wenxingtian's eyes slowly closed, and the sword qi that swept across the sky, and the killing intent that filled the sky, quickly disappeared. In an instant it disappeared, as if it had never appeared. You are no longer 100,000 massacre. You are a literary teacher, just a literary teacher. It's good to be so literary. Grandma Shi said, go. I have moved here, you can come here any time in the future to drink with your 5th brother, and I will cook for you. Wenxingtian nodded silently, and suddenly stood up. A majestic power surged out from his body, and the smell of alcohol spread in the air, intoxicating people. Finally, he took a deep breath, and after a long exhalation, he finally said with a hoarse voice, thank you, sister-in-law. Then he took a step out, and with one step, he disappeared, and there was no trace of him. Grandma Shi sighed softly. Sua Xiaoduo asked curiously, 100,000 massacre, is that Mr. Wen's nickname? That's strange. There's nothing strange about it. Grandma Shi shook her head lightly. When Wenxingtian was on the battlefield, he said that if he did not kill 100,000 people, he would not die in peace. And he kept on killing. Li Chenglong clicked his tongue, then. Did he kill that many people? Grandma Shi smiled. If it was calculated in terms of military merits, the number of people he killed had already exceeded, and it was the kind that exceeded by a lot. After that, he got this nickname, 100,000 massacre. She smiled softly. When the Hidden Dragon Academy was looking for teachers, there were strict requirements. This included Principal Yi, your Mr. Wen, your Principal Shi, and the others. Back then, each of them was a warrior on the battlefield. If it was not because of the damage to their origin. At this point, she smiled sadly, and said, when they came to the Hidden Dragon Academy, they were at their current cultivation level. After so many years, they are still at this level. Sua Xiaoduo said in surprise, origin damaged. Wasn't it because of the injury to Principal Ye's heart? Grandma Shi snorted, and said, the injury to the heart is something that happens after you come to the Hidden Dragon Academy. This group of people encountered the invincible the Flood Witch in the past. They were a whole army of 12,000 people, and they were led by a deputy commander. But the Flood Witch just flew across the sky, and smashed the hammer of 1,000 souls. Out of 12,000 people, 9,000 died on the spot. The rest all had their origin damaged. From then on, they could not advance in martial arts. Grandma Shi shook her head and sighed. Otherwise, why would they come to the Hidden Dragon Academy? Chapter 505. Sua Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were dumbfounded. A troop of 12,000 people, and a deputy commander with a higher level of cultivation. That great flood shaman only used one hammer to defeat it. Sua Xiao Duo swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said dryly that the flood witch is so powerful. Is she really invincible? She's more than powerful. Grandma Sher sighed. At that time, she was the nightmare of the entire astral souls. It was said that even the sky-inspecting throne and the star-plucking emperor were not her match. Li Chenglong's face turned pale and said, "What about the left and right heavenly kings? They can beat her, right?" Grandma Sher rolled her eyes and said, "Don't talk like a child. The right heavenly king of the left and right heavenly kings is the son of the star-plucking emperor. They are a generation younger, and they don't have the strength to defeat their father." Sua Xiao Duo felt his scalp tingle. Then isn't this flood shaman really invincible in the world? He is invincible in the world. Grandma Sher snorted and said, "Among the star soul cultivators of our generation, there wasn't a single person who didn't want to tear this flood shaman into pieces. However, there wasn't a single person who didn't dare to admit that he wasn't number one in the world. Is he really that powerful?" Sua Xiao Duo exclaimed. "Go to school." Grandma Sher said, "Are you coming back for lunch? What do you like to eat? I will make it for you." Sua Xiao Duo smiled and said, "I will come back from grocery shopping and drink with Grandma Sher. Li Chenglong's alcohol tolerance is not good, I don't like to drink with him." "Little monkey." Grandma Sher scolded with a smile, "Go." He had to work harder. His foundation had to be solid. Only then can you walk steadily and go far, remember. Remember. Sua Xiao Duo and Li Chenglong strode away. Grandma Sher looked at the two youths leaving with youthful vitality and couldn't help but smile softly. This kind of youthful vitality. She had seen too many of them. Perhaps, in a few years, he would go to the battlefield and display his prowess. As his thoughts flowed, he sighed. In the distant Umno Alliance. Heavenly Sorcerer Hole. Deep underground. Wow! He spat out a mouthful of dark red blood, which sprayed out dozens of meters. A tall and sturdy figure with disheveled hair was panting heavily. His eyes suddenly shone with an extremely sharp light. "My eyes have recovered." He panted and looked extremely weak. Suddenly, he looked up and roared, "Zwa! I'm not done with you." His eyes had recovered, and his body was slowly recovering as well. But occasionally, he would feel weak for some reason. This situation left the Flood Witch, who was once an invincible expert, speechless. Occasionally, a surge of energy would surge in, and in an instant, it was even stronger than before, much stronger. But after a few days, a lot of his strength would be sucked away. This kind of situation was completely passive and irresistible. This kind of situation had happened many times on and off, causing the Flood Witch to suffer. The cultivation of the heart in the mortal world was over. His cultivation had indeed increased by one level. But now, this kind of speechless situation also followed. There was a connection here that was constantly providing the power of providence, as if someone was accumulating providence for him. And there was a pipe that was constantly sucking out providence. It made him feel like he was the strongest in the world at one moment, and like a weak chicken in the next. Although he had tried his best to use all kinds of methods to balance his state, and although he had improved a lot compared to when he had just returned, but this kind of extreme weakness that occasionally appeared was still unavoidable. "I can sweep across 3,000 miles, and I can easily crush all life within 3,000 miles. Even high-level martial artists were no exception. But after I'm done, maybe there will be a twitch, and I'll fall from the sky and be dizzy. How can I dare to go out in this kind of situation? What if at this time, I encounter a similarly ruthless character who can take the opportunity to kill me? If I die in this way, won't I become a laughing stock and be hated for eternity? The Flood Witch felt that she was going crazy. Swah. You're so fucking cruel. You're willing to use your own son to plot against me. I fucking. The Flood Witch was speechless to the extreme. My life ring has been taken away by you. With a crack, the void exploded with a clenched fist. But after that, she began to gasp for breath again. Since waking up, the Flood Witch had an impulse to hit the ground with her head every time she thought of this matter. I've been cheated. I've really been cheated. I've been cheated so badly. Boss, what happened to you? A man in fiery red walked in. I'm fine. Flood snorted coldly and said, I used the secret method to advance. Although it was successful, I need some time to stabilize. I'm afraid it will take me 10 years to completely consolidate my state and return to my strongest state. 10 years. The man in red fell into a state of sluggishness at once. I've been waiting so long for you to come back, but you say it will take you 10 years to recover. He couldn't help but remind, boss, the situation now is very strange. Not only our luck has been taken away, but your godson is also making up for it. In fact, it's not a matter of taking advantage of the light or suffering a loss. If your godson has great achievements in the future, what he will give you will be much greater than what has been taken away from you now. Ah. The fiery red man said anxiously, but as he spoke, he stopped himself. Damn it, he said too much. What the boss didn't want to hear the most now was his godson. I don't need it. The Flood Witch looked at the man in red in front of her. Her eyes were as if they were going to smash his face. She said word by word, and don't promote in front of me anymore. Son. Understand? Yes. The man in red nodded like a chicken pecking rice. He thought to himself, you fucking recognized your own godson. At that time, you were so gratified that you cried as if you had picked up a great treasure. You were so grateful that you shed tears and snot, and even gave away your life ring. And now you say you don't care. Humph, I'm too embarrassed to mention these scandals of yours. Boss. A big hammer suddenly appeared. With a bang, the man in red in front of her was sent flying by the hammer. The Flood Witch's furious voice could be heard. What kind of expression is that? What the fuck are you thinking? The Flood Witch was furious. In fact, he could feel that the luck that had been taken away from him was far less than the luck that had been given back. His godson was really the son of destiny. This was beyond doubt. In this aspect, he had indeed benefited from it. But the problem now was that they were enemies. Before he died in the mortal world, he had received a great favor from him. He had to wear mourning clothes and send him off. This was a huge karma that couldn't be repaid. The reason why he said it couldn't be repaid was because this action made up for the only shortcoming of his mortal world, having no descendants. It was just that his luck had been taken away by the backlash of that big array. He just had to wait for his strength to return and cut it off, and it would be over. How could it take 10 years? But the problem would then become that he had simply accepted the other party's benefits. Yes, it was accepting the benefits of the godson. The godson's luck was so great that it would constantly strengthen his own luck. This was equivalent to owing him more and more in this life. But he couldn't refuse or resist. He couldn't refuse it even if he wanted to. The godson's status was confirmed and witnessed by heaven and earth. It was equivalent to the continuation of his life bloodline. Feeding him back was a logical thing to do, a matter of course. But the key problem now was that he had already owed him in his previous life. He owed him again in this life and would owe him for the rest of his life. It was equivalent to taking the other party's benefits while constantly going against him. Fighting. How could he endure this? The Flood Witch felt that his skin wasn't that thick. 10 years was enough for him to adapt to this state and even cultivate to become stronger. Then, he must return all of this and find a way to cut off this karma. Otherwise that he would feel uncomfortable and guilty when he went out to fight. At his level, how could it be so easy to accept favors and karma? Just cut it off. And these were the key factors that directly affected the Great Tao. That Swa guy is too insidious. The Flood Witch was so angry that her teeth were about to shatter. And the Umno Alliance. He was too careless. After returning, he felt that something was wrong and even shattered the soul projection he had prepared in advance to find the reason. That day, Lai Hua and Bing Ming happened to come to see him. He had already looked through half of it and still didn't find any problems. He asked these two guys to look at the soul projection with him and brainstorm to find out where the problem was. In the end, he let these two bastards see a big show where he was schemed against and turned upside down. That day, these two guys almost died laughing in front of him. His strength hadn't recovered that day and he was at his weakest. He couldn't drive these two guys away. Not to mention Lai Hua, even Bing Ming, who was known as the 10,000-year popsicle, laughed in front of him on the spot. That when it came to the part where he gave out the life ring, these two guys went back to watch it again and again. They watched it over and over again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again. Damn it. In their eyes, he changed from the most powerful and invincible man in the world to the most laughingstock in the world in just a few minutes. Yesterday, Bing Ming fearlessly asked, "Boss, if you meet your godson on the battlefield, will you fight him? What if he suddenly calls you Godfather in front of 2 armies?" Because of this sentence, Bing Ming was still lying on the bed. All the bones in his body were smashed by himself. Damn bastard. Swa guy. You schemed well. You schemed so well. The Flood Witch said to herself ferociously, but so what? You won't be able to come back in 10 years. Even if you can come back, what can you do? Are you my opponent? Even if Yu Xingchen is here, you still can't defeat me. You're wasting your time. As long as I see you, I'll be the first one to smash you. Your son is my godson. I can't touch him for the time being, but you're not my godson. You're my enemy. I'm going to kill you. I must kill you. Kill you. Kill you. Kill you. Boss. If you kill your godson's father, it seems to be. Cough cough cough. The Fire Witch who had just returned muttered fearlessly. Fuck off. A loud curse erupted like a volcano. A hammer. The Fire Witch flew away again. Behind him came a series of curses. Swa guy. You're despicable, you're shameless, you're a bastard, you. I'll never forgive you. Aw 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 aw. Boom. The whole Soul Oracle Hall made of star iron flew into the sky and suddenly shattered. Update complete. Chapter 506. The freshman competition of the Hidden Dragon High School ended as scheduled. However, Li Chenglong did not win the championship that he had been longing for. He was only the runner-up. Yes, the runner-up. In this freshman competition, the first place was the runner-up. Everyone knew that there was one person who did not participate in the competition from the beginning to the end. He was a freshman, but his strength had long surpassed the limits of all the freshmen. It was to the extent that if he participated in the competition, he would be bullying others and destroying the balance. He alone was enough to suppress all the geniuses in the Hidden Dragon High School. If he was not the champion, none of the geniuses would be convinced. Li Chenglong was miserable. He protested for a long time in grief and indignation. In the end, he went up the stage happily and received the runner-up prize. As for the champion, you did not participate in the competition, why should you be rewarded? It was a pity that Sui Xiao Duo, who didn't know about this, didn't even attend the award ceremony because he didn't want to worry about it. He was still focused on cultivating, that there was a big problem in the interrogation of the Hidden Dragon High School this time. The 5 people they captured this time were all nascent soul cultivators. This level of cultivation was neither high nor low. In a small place like Phoenix City, this level of cultivation would be considered top-notch. However, in any large clan, this level of cultivation was far below the level of a core member. Therefore, after they were captured, Wen Xingtian and the others only went to interrogate the mastermind behind the scenes. In fact, they did not have much hope. However, the world was so strange. After a round of interrogation, they actually found a big fish. Qiu Shaoqian ordered us to do this. They interrogated the 5 people separately. 3 of them knew the mastermind, but the 3rd one heard it from the 2nd one, the 2nd from the eldest one, and the 4th and 5th knew nothing. They only knew that there was a superior. After hearing this news, the whole Hidden Dragon High School was shocked. When Wen Xingtian and Xiang Kuangren heard this shocking news, they began to interrogate more carefully. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not give up anything else. Other than knowing that Qiu Shaoqian ordered them to kill Sui Xiao Duo, they did not know anything else. And these people were Qiu Shaoqian's hired thugs on normal days. If you fancy a woman, go snatch it. If you fancy a fortune, go snatch it. If you fancy something, go snatch it. Although Old 4 and Old 5 did not know that this operation was ordered by Qiu Shaoqian, they still confessed many of the dirty things they had done for Qiu Shaoqian. That's the general situation. Wen Xingtian looked surprised. Qiu Shaoqian, I'm afraid. He's really a suspect this time. At least, he's definitely involved in this matter. Yi Changqing rubbed his forehead with a heavy expression. Qiu Shaoqian was the brother-in-law of the king of Zhongyuan. The king of the Central Plains, Fenghai's #1 expert, the #1 power, and most importantly, he had the backing of the royal family. This fish was really big. He immediately dialed the number of the Southern District Chief. Chief Nan, there's a new situation. It's like this. This matter involves the Prince Mansion of the Central Plains. Hearing this, the other side of the phone fell silent for a moment. This matter was really a little tricky. Although Chief Nan did not take the king of the Central Plains seriously, it was not a small matter to suddenly make a move on a prince with real power who could suppress the Central Plains. On the phone, Chief Nan replied clearly, "You Hidden Dragon High School don't bother about this matter. I'll ask Star Shield to step in and follow the proper procedures." Yi Changqing said, "But this matter concerns my revenge for Hidden Dragon High School." Chief Nan said calmly, "If Hidden Dragon High School were to step in, it's very likely that there would be no results. Everyone knows that Qiu Shaoqian does not have such ability and courage, so there must be someone else behind him. But the person behind him might not necessarily be the king of the Central Plains. And most importantly, if the other party's mastermind is really the king of the Central Plains, even if Hidden Dragon High School does its best, it might not be a match for him. It's better not to provoke him. With Hidden Dragon High School's current situation, even if the mastermind is not the king of the Central Plains, the pressure from the king of the Central Plains is still something you can't handle." Yi Changqing nodded slowly and said, "Yes, this is reality." Chief Nan said, "Once Qiu Shaoqian enters Star Shield, his identity and background in the king of the Central Plains can be temporarily set aside. If he wants to get away, it will depend on whether his position is important or not. If his position is important enough, someone will definitely take action, either to fish him out or to silence him. And when it comes to dealing with this, Hidden Dragon High School is also far inferior to Star Shield. Enchanting said, yes, but I'm afraid Star Shield will not be able to catch him. This time, I'll send people directly from Star Shield, Chief Nan said. But now that more than a night has passed, Qiu Shaoqian might have already heard the news and fled. He won't. Chief Nan's voice was very certain. These 5 people must be kept alive. Then, the phone call ended. Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian looked at each other. They didn't understand why Chief Nan was so confident. If they hadn't been busy moving yesterday, there might have been hope of catching Qiu Shaoqian. But they had been busy moving for so long and had been drinking all night that there was no way Qiu Shaoqian didn't know that those 5 people had failed. He wasn't a fool. Why wouldn't he run? Although they knew that if they didn't interrogate him in time, there might be unforeseen circumstances, Yi Changqing and the others still drank that wine without hesitation. Because that was a wine that they had dreamed of but didn't dare to hope for a long time. They had made up their minds yesterday, if they couldn't get anything out of the interrogation, then forget it. Even if there were really clues, they would just have to put in more effort. Today, when they learned about Qiu Shaoqian's whereabouts, although they felt regretful, they didn't regret it. But why was Chief Nan so confident that Qiu Shaoqian wouldn't run? It was puzzling, at this time, in the King of the Central Plains residence. The King of the Central Plains was standing by the huge fish pond. In his hand were Zhao's Star Beast condensed cores, which were the size of corn grains. He threw them into the fish pond one by one. One after another, fishes with wings and golden luster all flew out of the water's surface, fighting to snatch the treasures. They swallowed them and sank to the bottom. Once they snatched the cores, they had to digest them. These Star Beast condensed cores might be good stuff, but to these fish, they were just right for them to bear. They wouldn't suffer from indigestion after eating them. The King of the Central Plains had a lot of Star Beast condensed cores in his hands, but there seemed to be more fish in the pond. Judging by the size of each fish, they probably weighed more than 50 kilograms. But no matter whether they jumped out of the water or fell, they didn't make a lot of noise or splash. There were only soft splashes. Such big fish actually only made the soft sound of bubbles popping when they jumped out of the water. But because the sound was too loud, they didn't eat the Star Beast condensed cores. The King of the Central Plains was already quite effective against this group of 3-winged star spirit fish that he had trained for a long time. His phone suddenly rang. The King of the Central Plains didn't immediately answer. A moment later, the butler walked over quickly with the phone in his hand. Your Highness. It's Chief Nan. Oh. The King of the Central Plains took the phone, and his laughter was exceptionally hearty. Chief Nan, why are you so free today to call me personally? Over the phone, Chief Nan's voice was very cold. King of the Central Plains, I have to inform you of something bad. Please be careful. Chief Nan, please go ahead. Your brother-in-law is suspected of seeking the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy. Chief Nan said directly, the evidence is irrefutable. Before this afternoon, get him ready. I want him alive and intact. He can't turn into a corpse after entering S.H.I.E.L.D., and he can't have his life and death controlled by others. He can't say anything. Before 6:00 in the evening, I'll ask S.H.I.E.L.D. to go to the King of the Central Plains residence to get him. Chief Nan's voice was very calm. Is there a problem? The King of the Central Plains' expression changed. He pondered and didn't answer for a while. After a pause, he said, go and see where Qiu Shaoqian is now. The butler didn't hesitate and left with a whoosh. The King of the Central Plains said in a low voice, Chief Nan, please wait for a moment. I'll go and confirm Qiu Shaoqian's whereabouts now. I'll definitely give you an answer. The king of the Central Plains' cold voice said, I don't want to hear your answer. I just want Qiu Shaoqian in good condition. If he's dead, then you'll be the biggest suspect. The king of the Central Plains laughed. Chief Nan, are you thinking of arresting me too? The king of the Central Plains said, you can try. Kill Qiu Shaoqian before this afternoon, and see if I dare to arrest you. With a smack, the phone was hung up. The king of the Central Plains grabbed the phone that had already been hung up, and it was still pressed against his ear. His expression was unprecedentedly gloomy. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. The butler flew over. Your Highness, young Master Qiu is missing. We don't know where he went for the time being. Missing? The king of the Central Plains smiled faintly. He turned to look at the fish pond and threw out a condensed pill. He watched as a big fish swooped out and swallowed the condensed pill. He said faintly, find Qiu Shaoqian and detain him in the residence. Hand him over in the afternoon. But I don't want to say it a second time. The king of the Central Plains said faintly, Qiu Shaoqian who's alive and can talk, who can't have his life and death controlled by others, and who can't enter Star Shield and then die. Qiu Shaoqian who's intact and sane. The butler was stunned and said respectfully, yes. Then he turned and left. The next moment, thousands of people from the king of the Central Plains residence rushed out of the residence and scattered in all directions. However, after a while, more figures flew out from all directions and sped in all directions. The king of the Central Plains' expression was gloomy as he continued to feed the fish. Only his eyes flickered and flickered. Nan Jingqian really dared to arrest him. Although he was only the Minister of Finance. If it were another minister, the king of the Central Plains might not even care. However, Nan Jingqian was different. He was completely different. Everyone knew that. There was no marshal in the south. Nan Jingqian was the Minister of Finance in Shangjing, but there was no marshal in the Southern Army now. However, no one dared to go to the south. Chapter 507. This was because the Southern Chief did not send anyone to take up the position. As long as the Southern Chief did not personally send someone to take up the position, no matter who it was, even if they went with the military appointment letter. They were a group of proud soldiers and valiant generals who had fought for thousands of years. They did not even care about life and death, not to mention the rank of an official. Why would they care about a military appointment letter? The Southern Corps only recognized Nan Jingqian and this man alone. The king of Zhongyuan had no doubt that since the Southern Chief had said this to him, if he still killed Qiu Shaoqian and turned him into an idiot, the Southern Corps would destroy his mansion. Reason, drill. Yes, this reason was enough. Or rather, this reason was enough. After feeding the fish, the king of Zhongyuan returned to his room with his hands behind his back. Then, he strolled leisurely to the backyard. The princess of Zhongyuan was admiring the flowers in the backyard pavilion. Her pretty face was filled with tranquility. The king of Zhongyuan quietly entered the pavilion with his hands behind his back. With a shake of his head, the two women immediately retreated. Your Highness. The princess of Zhongyuan looked at her husband with her clear eyes, somewhat suspicious. The king of Zhongyuan looked at the princess of Zhongyuan's face with his eagle-like eyes. A moment later. Smack! A heavy slap sent the princess of Zhongyuan to the ground. Blood spurted out of her cherry lips. The princess of Zhongyuan covered her face and looked at the king of Zhongyuan in shock and grievance. This sudden change of events stunned her. Is it strange? The king of Zhongyuan asked gently. Smack. Another slap was sent over. The king of Zhongyuan put his hands behind his back and asked calmly, Is it still strange? This second slap was much heavier than the first. The princess of Zhongyuan felt her head buzzing, but she immediately replied in a low voice, "No, it's not strange anymore." The king of Zhongyuan said calmly, "When I'm willing, you can put on an act for fun. But when I'm not willing, you're courting death by putting on an act in front of me. Your brother must be handed over alive and in good condition. Otherwise, I'll hand you over." Yes, that afternoon, at 4:30 p.m. Qiu Shaoqian was escorted back to the mansion, covered in blood. At 5:00, Qiu Shaoqian's wounds had completely healed. He looked clean and spotless as he waited in the courtyard. 5:59 p.m. Jiang Wenzhou led the shield experts through the gate of the Prince of Zhongyuan's residence. The Zhongyuan king's eyes flickered as he left with his hands behind his back. He didn't show his face at all and allowed the people from the Star Shield General Bureau to take Qiu Shaoqian away. The timing was very strange. Minister Nan said that before 6:00 in the evening, Star Shield would come to pick him up. Therefore, Jiang Wenzhou visited at 5:59 p.m. to pick him up. If he were to do so earlier, the king of Zhongyuan might have a hold on him and offend him completely. "You said before 6:00, but it's only 5:58 now. Why are you in such a hurry? You can't even wait for 2 minutes." This was a taboo in the officialdom. Especially when they were trying to capture a person with a very sensitive identity. Of course, Jiang Wenzhou was a smart person. 30 seconds after 5:59, "Mr. Nanfang can't blame me. You said before 6, and I didn't disobey. On the other hand, the king of Zhongyuan can't blame me either. You're only 30 seconds away from 6. I've already given you as much time as I can. No matter what, you can't blame me. You immortals can fight all you want. It has nothing to do with me. I've given enough face to both sides." If one wasn't a wily old fox in the officialdom, not only would they not be able to use this method, they wouldn't even think of it. Therefore, many young people who entered the officialdom for the first time didn't even know how they fell. I've gone off topic. As the freshman competition came to an end, Zhou Xiaoduo gradually realized that he seemed to be making a name for himself in the Hidden Dragon High School. The main reason wasn't because he could fight and was the best in the first grade. Instead, it was because he had once claimed that he was the best in the aspect of appearance. Previously, when the freshman competition was ongoing, not only were the freshmen watching the student arena matches, there were also many older students watching from the side. Although all the students in Class 1 scolded Zhou Xiaoduo as a bitch when they saw him, when they faced the students from other classes, they were full of admiration for him. Moreover, Li Chenglong's prestige in the class was getting higher and higher. He started to make arrangements. "Everyone, go out and brag on behalf of Zhou. The more you brag, the better. The more awesome you brag, the better. You can even brag until you blow up." What? Lie. Which one of you didn't benefit from it? Let me tell you, this is a guide to the lost sheep. It can even save a life in the future. This is a good thing for the country and the people. You don't want to do it. Okay, this vice class monitor will compare notes with you. The students in Class 1 were all mentally exhausted. Damn, Zhou Xiaoduo brought a braggart to school, but we can't beat this braggart. Okay, braggart it is. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. You have to brag step by step, you can't be too abrupt, Vice Class Monitor Li earnestly taught. The experience learned from Zhou Shuai's company came in handy. As a result, our class monitor's was strength is definitely the best in the entire grade. He doesn't need to compete to be the de facto champion. Our class monitor's was strength isn't just for show. In the past, I heard squad leaders was say that fortune telling is the best, wealth is the second, and cultivation is the last. I thought he was just praising himself and tricking us into looking for him for fortune-telling. Now, I know that his fortune-telling is really accurate. What did he say? Do you remember the last trial? The class monitor gave me a slip of paper and told me to open it when I arrived at the trial field. Then I entered the trial field and opened the slip of paper. It said, follow the set direction, 30 degrees to the right, search in a straight line. In the end, I got 27th place and gained quite a lot. And I also noticed that the direction I originally planned to go was in the direction where a few people from class 3 went. Those people were actually in the 600th or 700th place. Don't you think it's amazing? No way, right? So amazing. You guys are bragging. Bragging your grandma. Let me tell you, I also got a slip of paper from the class monitor at that time. He told me to give up on the set direction and go 45 degrees diagonally. In the end, I got 9th place. As for the direction I originally went, do you know who went there? Shimin Da-ching. That guy's not weak, right? This time, he's in last place. He didn't even earn enough credits to eat. It's up to them whether they believe it or not. These guys don't believe it. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing were ambushed in the trial field. How did they come out unscathed? It was class monitors who saw it in advance. This isn't a secret now. If you don't believe me, ask your teacher. Idiot, I'm too lazy to explain. I'm lying to you guys. I'm so bored that I'm lying to you guys. Right, I'll tell you one more thing. Do you guys know Meng Zhongjun who got 3rd place in the previous trial? I know, but he's not in the top few in your class. Is there something fishy about his results? There is something fishy about it. He also got a slip of paper from class monitors Otherwise, how could his trial results be so much better than the others? He almost caught up to Li Chenglong. He really got lucky. You guys don't know, but at that time, he directly threw away class monitors' slip of paper. Later, he picked it up. If it wasn't for that, how could he get into the top 3? This is fate. Damn, it's that mysterious. It's that mysterious. If you don't believe me, just wait for the next trial. You'll find out. It had to be said that although the students in class 1 were all forced, when they started bragging, everyone realized that this was really the case. Thus, as they bragged, they started to believe it. Class monitors was that awesome. Since class 1 was already like this, the students from other classes were even more stunned. Many of them went to Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, and Meng Zhongjun to verify it. Is that really the case? It's true. Xiang Chong's temper flared up. I already told you that it's true. Can you stop asking about the details? It's quite embarrassing. Xiang Bing, yes, it was class monitors who saw through it and saved us. However, this doesn't mean that class monitors is a complete bitch. Meng Zhongjun, speaking of this, I really have to thank Vice Class Monitor Li Chenglong. If he didn't emphasize it again and again, I would have really taken it as a joke. I wouldn't have gone back to look for the slip of paper. Previously, everyone was busy with their own cultivation and rarely had the chance to chat when they met. They really didn't have the time. They could be overtaken by others in the time it took to eat a meal. Who dared to relax? However, the freshman competition gave everyone a chance to chat, and the conversation was in full swing. As a result, Xiaoduo's manifestation technique began to spread like wildfire. After half a day, everyone in the entire Hidden Dragon High School knew about it. Understanding the mysteries of heaven, determining life and death, determining fortune and misfortune, seeing marriage, resolving misfortune, investigating the three lives, knowing yin and yang, controlling the universe. Omnipotent, omniscient, omniscient, omniscient. On that day, Zhuo's poem was also dug out and was enthusiastically discussed by all the students in the school. They shook their heads and recited it. I was originally an immortal banished from the 9 heavens, dancing in the clouds. Today, I set foot in the mortal world and stirred up the mortal world with my hands. With one glance, I saw through the 3 lives of people. With one word, I solved all the people in the world. If you want to know where the mysteries of heaven are, you must ask Teacher Zhuo. Many people began to understand this poem and analyzed it word by word. He really has the demeanor of an immortal, a person among immortals. Look at this, dancing in the clouds. The word dance is used so well. And the word stirred up the mortal world is simply indescribably wonderful. The last word is to inquire, to inquire. But it can also be to seek, to search. But no matter what you do, with Teacher Zhuo here, you will be able to find a solution. Wonderful, wonderful. Just the concept of this poem is enough to make me drunk. When I see class monitor Zhuo, I must ask him to help me see my future and my marriage. Me too. Me too. Li Chenglong walked out from the crowd and waved his hand. Frowning, he said, disperse, disperse. You all wish. Help you all. Don't you know that revealing the mysteries of heaven will incur the wrath of the heavens? I begged Zhuo for a long time to read the fortune of my classmates. Furthermore, they were all my classmates, he only casually gave them a few pointers. In the end, it was just a reward from the trial. There was nothing more. Do you all think that Zhuo will casually read people's fortune? What a joke. If there isn't anything important, don't come here to cause trouble. This is revealing the mysteries of heaven and exhausting one's lifespan. Zhuo doesn't have it easy, and yet he is being harassed by you all. Besides, think about it yourselves. What is the price of hiring an aura watcher? How much information can an aura watcher give you? Our Zhuo can see your life and death. He can save your life and give you a bright future. Seriously, all of you want to see his fortune the moment you open your mouth. Do you all have any shame? Li Chenglong's saliva flew everywhere. I'll say the ugly words first. If you are unwilling to fork out money and resources, just give up. If you are sincere, register with me first. Make an appointment. Zhuo is exhausted from cultivating every day. Why are you all causing trouble? Those who don't register with me are invalid. Li Chenglong shouted and gave Xiang Chong a look. Then, he walked away with his hands behind his back. Behind him, Xiang Chong's expression was conflicted. Suddenly, he chased after him. Vice Class Monitor Li, what's the matter? Xiang Chong's face was drooling. I'll register first. Let Class Monitor Zhuo take a look at my fortune. Last time, it was all thanks to Class Monitor Zhuo. But these few days, aren't I going out for trials again? So, hee hee. Li Chenglong snorted and glanced sideways. I'll offer 50 high grade. Xiang Chong stretched out a hand. How about it? How about it? This matter depends on Zhuo's mood. It's not like you don't know that Zhuo's fortune comes first. Next is wealth. Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. Vice Class Monitor Li, please put in some good words. Who doesn't know that the two of you live in a villa and are inseparable? In the entire Hidden Dragon High School, your words have the most weight. Xiang Chong sneakily stuffed a handful into Li Chenglong's hand. It was shining brightly. Everyone saw it clearly and understood what was going on. Xiang Chong actually stuffed 2 pieces of high grade into Li Chenglong's hand. Many people were suddenly enlightened. So that was how it was. This was also possible. Update complete. Looking for recommendation votes. Chapter 508. Li Chenglong said sanctimoniously, "Actually, there's no need for that. Brother Xiang is the first one to make an appointment, so you'll definitely be at the front of the line. Those who don't know might think that yours was accomplice. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, leave it to me." As he said that, he quietly put the 2 pieces of top-grade soul into his ring and left. Behind him, Xiang Chong looked as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Then, a relaxed smile blossomed on his face. The next moment, the 2 students of Class 2 looked at each other and suddenly sped up, chasing after Li Chenglong. On the way home, Xiang Bing blushed and beat up her twin brother. "Shameless. You're an accomplice. Do you think I didn't see the 52 pieces of top-grade soul stones Li Chenglong gave you?" Xiang Chong also looked helpless. "Ice egg, there's no other way. Don't call me ice egg." Xiang Bing was furious. Xiang Chong also felt tired. "I can't call you that. Li Chenglong calls you that every day, and so does Sua Xiao Duo. I'm your biological brother, why can't I call you that? What kind of logic is this?" "Alright, Xiao Bing, I'm really helpless. Don't you know how much the price of the top-grade astral soul's jade has increased? We've already reached Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts, so it's not good to always use the resources at home. Isn't that just relying on your parents? But if we use credits to exchange, how many pieces can we exchange for with those credits? Moreover, the facilities and resources for training in seclusion all require academic credits. After that incident, we really don't have enough. Now, I really understand the saying, conscience is lost in seclusion. In this way, we can still have another source of resources." Xiang Chong tried his best to explain the situation to him. Xiang Bing finally forgave her brother. "I know you're in a difficult position. Then you can share half of it with me. Just take it that I'm in the same boat. Only those who go to see more than 50 pieces can have a piece of mine. Just tell me if you'll give it or not." "Yes, yes." "Humph." Xiang Bing raised her head proudly and left. Xiang Chong only felt that it was too difficult for him. His younger sister had found the wrong person. "Why don't you ask Li Chenglong for it? He'll definitely get more than me, right?" Sua Xiao Duo still had to give Li Chenglong a commission. My commission is just a small cut from Li Chenglong's hands. This was far from enough. You've been disfigured by Li Chenglong 8 times a day. What's wrong with asking him for some top-grade astral souls? However, Xiang Bing refused to go. Xiang Chong was so anxious that there was nothing he could do. "Why do I have such a silly sister? Getting beaten up for nothing every day. From the looks of it, not only will I be beaten up for nothing now, I might even be beaten up for nothing in the future. Cough, cough, cough. I can't think like that. How can I think like that? I shouldn't. With the current situation, how much can I earn in a day? Now, I should think about this. This is the key to that night." As soon as Sua Xiao Duo came out of the gravity room, he saw Li Chenglong's mischievous smile. "What's wrong?" Sua Xiao Duo rolled his eyes and said weakly, "Did you eat a god's fart? Why are you so happy?" Li Chenglong said sneakily, "Let's talk about it when we get back. There's good news, very good news." Sua Xiao Duo was shirtless. He casually put his clothes on his shoulders and walked out with Li Chenglong. However, after taking 3 steps, a teacher's voice came from the school loudspeaker, "That freshman on the field. Put on your clothes, shirtless. Are you taking a walk in the bathhouse?" "I'll go." Sua Xiaoduo hurriedly put on his clothes. He complained, I can't live like this. The school even cares about whether I wear clothes or not. What a busybody. Li Chenglong squinted, then why don't you just wear your butt? I'm not as shameless as you. Sua Xiaoduo escorted Li Chenglong out of the school quickly. Hurry up and tell me what the good news is. Let's make it clear first. I've brought a bunch of clients to you for fortune-telling and geomancy. How are you going to give me a commission? Wealth comes second. Li Chenglong rubbed his fingers. Commission. At the mention of this topic, Sua Xiaoduo's heart ached. He raised his eyebrows, swollen. Do you still have a conscience? You borrowed my money, my jade of astral souls, my space ring. Don't give me that. Li Chenglong snorted, let me tell you, this is a long-term business deal. Cash transactions, one at a time. I still have to find other people to flatter you. Those people who help you have to give benefits. Otherwise, why would they help you? Bullshit. With my strength, I don't need you. I'm the real deal, a shining gold. You have to advertise it yourself. Now that I've done it, just tell me if you're going to give it or not. Humph. Sua Xiaoduo thought for a while, rolled his eyes, and said, 1%. That's it. 1/10. That's it. How dare you ask for such a high price? 2% at most. 9% at least. 3%. The two of them fiercely bargained and finally settled on 5%. Li Chenglong's face was filled with dissatisfaction while Sua Xiaoduo's face was filled with heartache. However, the proportion of the shares was also decided. I'll leave the rest to you. How can I do that? You'll be responsible for their share. How about you give me 10%? Forget it if you don't want it. 8%, you can't expect me to lose money. Forget it if you don't want it. 6%. Forget it if you don't want it. Sua Xiaoduo had already taken out 5%, and his entire body was trembling from the heartache. How could he take out more? This ratio was already his bottom line. He was like a man who plucked the feathers of a swallow. Giving out 5% was already the biggest concession and compromise. All right, I owe you. Li Chenglong sighed. From Sua, it was indeed 5% that he expected. It was not much at all that he really didn't take out a single cent. He was so fucking stingy. Sure enough, accumulating wealth was the second most important thing. First the villain, then the gentleman. We'll settle accounts clearly. Let's sign an agreement. We'll settle it once and for all. Li Chenglong took out the agreement that had already been printed. He first filled in the ratio reserved for both parties and signed the name of Party B, Li Chenglong. Sua Xiaoduo studied the agreement seriously 3 times. After confirming that there were no traps in the agreement, he signed his name hesitantly. Looking at Li Chenglong, Sua Xiaoduo felt that something was wrong. It was as if he had been cheated by the person in front of him. This bastard. Is he using me to accumulate wealth? Actually, it's like this. Li Chenglong put away the agreement. He was in a good mood and said, today, I've already. Blah, 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 dot. Sua Xiaoduo's heart ached so much that his intestines were about to break. He truly felt how heart-wrenching the damage caused by the information asymmetry was. It turned out that this kid had already spread the word. In other words, even if he didn't take out a single cent today, he could still take it all. In the end. Li Chenglong. Sua Xiaoduo bared his teeth and his eyes flashed fiercely, you'd better remember this. I'll remember this debt for the rest of my life. You just wait for me. Li Chenglong didn't care at all. If you want to remember, then so be it. I already owe so much. Why would I be afraid of owing a little more? In any case, this time, he had gotten the real gold and silver. I'm your manager now. If you dare to violate the agreement, I'll sue you in court. Zwa, I know you must have your own use for fortune-telling. Li Chenglong's expression turned serious in the blink of an eye. Perhaps fortune-telling is also a kind of cultivation, but I'm not good at it. What are you trying to say? Zwa Xiaoduo's heart skipped a beat. Swollen Thought's divergence is awesome. What I want to say is, I know that you can look at short-term gains and losses. Maybe a few days, maybe a month. But, when the day comes for the seniors to go to the battlefield, I hope that you can look at their fate seriously and protect them so that they can return safely, Li Chenglong said seriously. Zwa Xiaoduo frowned and said, how can I read it? There are too many people. See as much as you can. Everything depends on effort. You don't know where your limit is. What if you can see through it? Li Chenglong insisted. The ratio of casualties on the 3 major battlefields had always been Hidden Dragon High School. It wasn't that the students of Hidden Dragon High School were stupid or inexperienced. But Hidden Dragon High School was the eastern battlefield. It was located at the front line of the Sun Moon Pass. Naturally, it was the place where the battle was the most intense. The ancestral dragon produced commanders, the clouds produced military strategists, and the hidden dragon produced generals. As the continent's #1 ancestral dragon high school, 2 of the commanders at the front line were from the ancestral dragon high school. As for the 4 grand marshals, 6 of the 8 grand marshals were military strategists from High Cloud's martial arts academy. The most direct reason was that one of the vice principals of high school was a top-notch military strategist. As the newest school to be established, Hidden Dragon High School had countless talents in these years. They fought fiercely on the battlefield and had many outstanding military achievements. It was the head of the 3 major martial schools. But when generals came out of the battlefield, heroes came out with sacrifices. The more generals came out, the more sacrifices there would be. Since entering Hidden Dragon High School, the achievements of these seniors had been recorded in the school's history library. Everyone, from the moment they entered the school, who their teachers were, where their families were, what they were good at, what they did in school, were recorded clearly. There was always a sentence at the end of each one. After going through hundreds of battles on the battlefield, I finally achieved a certain meritorious service and was promoted to a certain position. On a certain day, on a certain year, the Wizard Alliance launched a large-scale invasion. I fought hard to kill the enemy and died in battle in front of the Sun Moon Pass. My body was wrapped in leather and I became a martyr of the Yinwu Empire. My body was buried in the cemetery behind the pass that every student who came out of Hidden Dragon High School had such a record. The records of the living were not in the school's history library but in the archives room. Every day, many teachers would go to the school's archives to look at their deceased students. She looked at the picture of the young boy when he first entered the school. He seemed to be looking at her with a smug look on his face. She could not help but feel sad, and tears fell like rain. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.